Okay, here we are. It's working. Okay, good. Set up a little differently today. I'm going to be doing work with a printer for a change. So I'm going to kind of do the Nero 3D thing, put on my apron, as it were. I don't actually have one, but and play with this Ender-5 S1, which I've done one print on with the stock firmware. Um, the person that I was talking to at Creality informed me that it has the screen firmware. Well, I asked, is the screen controlling the access to the SD card? Please send me the screen firmware if that's the case. And they were like, yeah, that's. I think that's true. Maybe she misunderstood because I think actually it's the main board controls the SD card. I have a feeling, and that because the screen firmware that I was sent was really basic, like DWin style stuff. And I do think that the firmware on some level is controlling it. So I'm going to look at that because if it's possible that the firmware is controlling, if you've used the Ender-5 S1, I don't know if you have. If anyone has, you've noticed that while it's printing, it's like it's got buttons on the screen that you can't press even though they're there. They're not dimmed out, nothing. They're just like, you try to press and it just ignores you. The only buttons that will respond are stop and pause, I assume. Although really the whole screen should just pause when you touch it or bring up a menu or something. So I'm going to see about fixing that kind of stuff up at some point. My main aim tonight is to just take the Marlin firmware that they sent me, the source code, bring it over, port it into Marlin 2.12 with input shaping, get that on the printer, and then tune it up with and do the input shaping tuning, calibration, which I guess that'll give us a chance to see how that works, and then play around with it myself and see how the once it's tuned, do a couple prints, do some tuning, see how it all turns out. So the Ender-5 S1 is right over here. Pick up the camera. This is my HD camera right now. There we go. There's our baby, and I've got another crappy Logitech camera over there that I might try and point at it. We'll see how that works. And but I'm going to be at the desk sitting here working on code for a good part of this because yeah, I haven't brought over the code yet, so we're just getting into it. This is my morning right now, my early afternoon right now, even though it's 9 something p.m. Kind of strange hours because of my caffeine addiction, but I'll accept it. This is just my destiny, man. Yesterday was my birthday. Guess my age. 56. I just turned 56, so I can make no sense of it. So I figure that means that at 2 p.m. every day, every Saturday, the Creature Double Feature will be on in my brain. Other than that, I don't know what 56 means, but it's a good number. My dad and his dad didn't quite make it to 56, so I guess I win something, the genetic lottery or something like that. I don't know. Meanwhile, yeah, let's get into it. I had a good birthday. It was fun. I got some nice greetings from old friends, and then slept most of the day. So it was not too I'm a little bit of a hermit here in Austin, so I didn't have a big party or anything. But maybe next time, next year, maybe I'll have a big one when I turn 60 or something. So I'll save up. All right, so let's see. First thing is first. I got the SD card with the source code on here, so I'm gonna get into that. So let's get down with it, and we'll see how we do. So let's see. I don't know what that's all about. Oh, I forgot to put in the. I got to put in the info about the YouTube chat so we can see YouTube chatter people. So let me get that info. Yeah, okay, I got to open up the video and do all that. So hold on. Let's get into it. I'll get this all sorted out, and then we'll get into printing. Oops, I have this crappy stand I set up for my camera. Let's see how it works. Barely is how it barely works. That's how it works. Barely. There we go. It's just like a printed tablet stand. I kind of just shunt it onto here. There, that'll be fine. That'll be fine, right? There you go. All right, let's get those chats up so I can talk to y'all. And I might put up the Discord as well. So let's do that. New. Let's see, TH Vids. Hey, oh, I guess I'm not logged in as Thinkyhead right now. Hold on. Logged in as my personal account, which is good. I have a different set of histories and stuff. Up, and there's my TH vids. Cool. And I guess the way it works is I have to basically go to my video. Hello. Live. There I am. And it would be nice if it just had like an option where I could copy it right here. Boom. But no. I guess I have to open it up. I will share the video link with people in a minute. Basically go to my video. Mute myself. All right, pop out chat. Copy URL. Close. Put in the thing. And voila, like magic. There you are. All right. How's everyone doing tonight? Mid-January 2023. It's never been this way before. History's being made. Technology is at the forefront. We're pushing the state of the art in this fabulous new tech. Because, you know, because space age. Sorry, this camera is just pissing me off a little. Yeah, for some reason I left my Mac Studio on for a couple of days while I was working on my laptop. Came back today and it was frozen. Had to hold down the power button to get it to come back to life. I don't know what that was about. But it's fine. Great thing is you reboot and everything is backward, exactly where you left it. So nothing was unsaved or anything. Oh, look, new activity. Okay, dismiss. And here we are. Let's live stream. Let's share my screen. It'd be nice if I could OBS like somehow. Like OBS. Oh, I guess there is a way. You can do like a virtual. There's a way to do a virtual video source, I guess, in OBS. Start virtual camera. Let's try that and see what that does. Start virtual camera. Output type as a source. Output selection. Interesting. Well, let's see what that looks like if I can get it in Discord. Probably not. I have a feeling you can't. Turn on camera. I would think it would be like an option if you go to user settings, AV. You could say, give me an input device for video. There we go, video. Camera. Cadmium camera? Is that what that is? It says cadmium camera. Oh, that would be my camera from my phone. Oh, that's crazy. I keep forgetting you can do that. USB camera. Okay, there it is. And then, of course, the Brio. Neat. Okay, so yeah, it's not showing up as a camera, which is interesting. I would have thought it would. But maybe there's more I have to do. Yeah, anyway, we'll get this set up. Get this set up right. Next time I won't have to do it. Let's see, stop virtual camera. Tell me about this virtual camera. Output type, source, internal, scene. Output type, scene. Okay, I do want to output scene, and I want it to be the code chat scene. Okay. And maybe I have to quit Discord and restart it to get it to see it. We'll see. Give me a sec here. I did a pretty good job of turning on the filter for my mic last time, as far as like getting it to clip at the right places. Let me see if I can get that right too. Oh yeah. So if I go to defaults. Hello. it to open when I speak, but not when I tap the desk. That's better. Okay. I think that's good. So that's, yeah, I think I got this before. It was like minus 34 dB. When does it close? Does it close now? Closing value really means, but we'll figure it out. Okay, so I started the virtual camera, reopened Discord. Let's check my AV settings here. Camera, USB. Nope, it's not showing up as a camera. Well, that's interesting. I'm a little annoyed because I would hope it would be like a camera within this instead. Annoying. Okay. Input, output, and then it's got like voice. USB audio, yep, that's me. It also, again, sees my phone, which is crazy. That it can do that now. And then output goes to my... so sorry. Out to my monitor for some reason. I guess I'll send it out to the Mac Studio. Those speakers are okay. Not great, but they'll do. So yeah, there's so apologies. I'm spending half my day on this instead of working on issues, but I don't do enough of this kind of testing and installation stuff. So this will be a good opportunity to do that. Hold on. Well, I sneeze again. Oh my God, so sorry. I'll see what I can do about editing that out. I don't know why I'm sneezing here. Must be dusty in here. Okay. So let's get back to where we were. So let's see, 320 by 240 is back where we wanted it. That's done. And I think that's also done. It's how many days it's been since I've been here. Oh, did I merge that? Nope, not yet. Okay, that's coming up soon. That one's merged. Custom LCDs. Oh yeah, this is configuration stuff. So yeah, there's new types of LCDs popping up on some machines. We're continuing to support those better. And this actually should allow for multi-language much better actually on those screens. Your basic DUN, it's not going to have room for all the fonts and stuff, and especially things like Chinese fonts, forget it. There you're talking about a large number of glyphs, but these other ones, these newer ones, TJC I want to say it's called, they have more room and they can hold fonts with more characters. So there's a high possibility we can get all the bloody languages on those, and they're not much more expensive than your basic DWin. So, sorry, I don't know why I'm all logy. I just had a veggie burger. Probably the wheat in that is throwing me off or something. All right, so that's updated. So many things got updated recently. Okay, so today, let's go where we're gonna go. We're going to be needing stuff from this Ender-5 S1. And this is what Crowdy sent me. Some screen firmware and the source code for Marlin and the screen firmware like this is the screen firmware kind of like base, which has like all the JPEGs and stuff. It's all organized. And then I think it gets consolidated, like you run a process on it and it gets turned into, well, there's the bin for the bootloader. It gets into all these bin files and things. I also did translate this TXT file, so I could read up on that, which might help with the screen stuff, but I'm not going to get deep into the screen stuff. This is all about just getting the new Marlin on this machine, making sure I have all the code that Crowdy may have added to the Ender-5 S1, and then making sure I can update it to the latest Marlin, get input shaping, and then test. So that's the whole plan here. We need more coffee for this. Here we go. tell you, I'm not ready to be 56. I spent half my life wandering around, like, just trying to find a purpose. Learning stuff. Going around trying different things, working at restaurants, and some tucky jobs, some little travel here and there, have a relationship once in a while, see how that works. Now I've kind of figured out I'm going to be an engineer of some kind. I'm going to continue this engineering thing. It's going to be my focus. But I could have figured that out like 20 years ago. On the other hand, once you settle into a thing, get into a routine, I don't know. It can, it's nice to be loose. Nice to be on the loosey-goosey side. So here's the way I'm going to work it. I'll create a new brand. Well, figure out what is their firmware based on. I think it's 209. So we figure that out by looking at the version. And here they say 2082 from May 29th, 2021. So if it is 2082 from that date, I can check it out. And also, it doesn't have like a bug fix version on it, so I assume it is the release from that time. So what I'll do is I'll grab that, I'll drop the sources from this folder onto my copy, and then we'll easily be able to see all the differences inside of GitHub Desktop or any other, Git app that you might have that shows differences. They would all show this kind of stuff. Excuse me while I work on my throat. Vocal cords. They need training. They don't get a lot of practice these days. I spend a lot of time mumbling and whistling in my solitary world here. But not a lot of time talking at full volume. All right, these all need to go away. I just need the one Marlin. Oh, also I will need the configs, so that'll be another part that I'll be doing. So let's go back to 2082. And the way to do that is to just go to GitHub Desktop, which I guess has an update, so let's get that. And I'll switch to, well, I can just check out 2082. That might be the easiest thing. Not sure what 25045 is all about. It's apparently broken right now. Oh, yeah. There have been updates, so I need to probably merge that. Well, anyway, we'll get back to that. For now, let's go to 2082, and actually I'll check it out with a new name. Just do it from the console. And I'm just going to start it with BF2 because that's what I do for bug fix 2. Makes it easier for my scripts that do cleanup later to check things. Although actually, no, there's no point. We'll just do it this way. We'll call it. We'll just call this one port. Creality Ender-5 S1 2082. There we go. Okay, so at this point we have a nice clean 2082 with apparently an extra workspace file. And this file, SPI flash, where does that come from? That is in the, it's in the root. I don't remember why we have that. I may have it, it's probably, I think it's because this is like it's an EEPROM file from the simulator, but I could be wrong about that. But we're going to delete it. Discard changes, please. That means delete in this case, since it was added. Okay, so here we have 2082, and this is from the 29th, so it's a little later than the one that they have, maybe, which was from, no, it's from the 29th. Okay, good. So it is that version. So now I I simply go to the Finder from GitHub Desktop, which will open up the right shortcut, brings me to this folder. And yeah, just copy everything. And just make sure I'm making a copy here. Yeah. Okay. And I'm going to tell it to replace everything. And we'll see what we end up with. Of course, we can always bring back things that are taken away, or add things that are, or remove things that are added that we don't need. Stuff like that. We'll just basically be cherry picking. So as you can see, there are over 300 changes here, which is quite a lot. But most of them are like, it looks like most of them are things like permissions changes. So what we need to do is look at that. Warning, line endings will be changed. Okay, so line endings were changed in a lot of these circumstances from, well, in the case of JSON and stuff, I don't know. No content changes found. So let's open this one in Sublime and take a look at, like, if I change the line endings to Unix or something. Yeah, they're currently Windows endings, so does that fix that file? No, that's not the only difference. There's also something else. So let's see. Can I copy the path of this? Copy file path, here we go. And yeah, it says here it is, yeah, 700. So let me see if I can do this where I find things that have 700 and change them to, I don't know what they're supposed to be. Let me check. If I undo the changes, I can easily find out what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be, yeah, 644. RWRR. 644. Find type file. Exec chmod 644. The thing. And an escaped semicolon. That's what I want. Will that work? Oh, I think you're supposed to say type space F anyway. It's going to find all the files and it's going to chmod them to 644. Everything inside this folder, which will probably be too many. Let's see, it's gone from, let's see, what else? Oh yeah, and then the line endings. I don't know if that's going to make a difference. Yeah, so we got a Unix line endings, and then what? So that's that file, GTRV1. Oh, yep, sure enough. So yeah, it's a bit annoying. In order to do this, I'm just going to have to search all the files and change them. I don't know how I can do it in bulk. There's got to be a way, right? TR or something like that. Let's just do a quick find. That shouldn't have to do this kind of thing. I don't know why they changed all the line endings. Oh, probably because of their Git settings. You know what? Actually, Git could do that too. If I commit them and then it might automatically change their line endings. Maybe there's a way to just do it through Git itself. Yeah, how to change line endings. Git. Yeah, sure. Git will convert LF when checking out text. When committing, it will change them back to LF, depending on the settings. So yeah, you gotta be careful with the different settings. Like if you set git config, you know, global, etc., etc. So let's see. Yeah, one way to do it would just be to search for them, and maybe that'll help. Like if I go searching in every text file for, you know, either of these things, and then I replace them with, that thing, across 2,285 files. I think I'm going to go with just the JSON files for now. Does that work? Maybe. I don't see a lot of JSONs here now. Okay, how about INIs? Sure, no problem. What else do you want? How about H and C and CPP? 1963. It's not such a large number of source files, right? For a project like Marlin. You're never compiling that many, don't worry. All at once, that's for sure. Let's see how Discordian's doing. Oh, make sure I'm all in my proper channel too. There we go. And social. Swoop. There it is, Ender-5 S1. Yep, sure enough, I am doing a new video. Yeah, okay. And iPad could be useful. So yeah, I'm not doing Twitch as much these days because it's just, there's no audience there. Not that that's the main, thing that I care about. Gotta have my audience. But let's see, and then tests, all the tests files. I don't know why it's taken so long to save. Oh yes, I do. So one of the things about Sublime is it has this, it takes forever to do multiple search and replace. And then, not so much that, but the save part takes forever. And meanwhile, like Visual Studio Code can do it really fast. So that's what I should have done. Oh look, there's an update. Neato. Later. Let's see if it can see \r\n. It looks like it might be able to. Okay. How many files does it say? It says it finds 28 files with that in it, so that makes sense actually. So I just want to replace it with the single return, which I'm just going to put literally. And yeah, let's make this a little bigger for you guys. A little easier to see. And let's see if that works. Although I think Sublime might be done by now. No, of course not. Let's see how GitHub Desktop still sees 370 files changed at this point. So let's see what happens if we get rid of 27 more of those. We should be down to 353, something like that. Assuming it works. Nope, still 370. So apparently not in tests. Well, that's interesting. Maybe it is the chmod stuff then. Let's see what happens to this one. Copy file path. Oh, maybe relative is all I need. Relative file path. Yeah, so that's got 644. so that's okay. Let's see if it needed to be 644. Oh, right, these are 755. Yeah. So we'll do that. Find build root tests. There we go. So that should take care of some of those. Yep, 300 down to 315 now. I don't know what the permissions on these were supposed to be. Apparently not 644. Yes, 644. What? Oh, it also had an S on it, it looks like. Okay, so maybe? That's that @ sign is what changed. Sure. Yeah, they've all got that little @ symbol on them. What does that mean? Maybe I have to say -S or something like that. Nope. -D? I can never remember what that flag is. A? No. Help? All right. Let's see what man schmod says about that. It says... Oh, those are ace files. Yeah, I shouldn't be messing with chmod too much. Symbolic link, etc., etc. Modes. Okay. I mean, I did do 644, so I don't know why it would change. Sticky bit is T, so maybe it's the sticky bit. -T, please. I was thinking, no, it's not the sticky bit. Okay, well, I should finish reading. Read the manual. Sticky bit, right bit. Which one shows up as an @ symbol? I think I have to ask, like, the, maybe I have to ask execute, I mean, read, write, set user ID on execution. Right, UGO. Which one's the $sign? Maybe I have to ask man ls. And the interesting thing is, like, I could search this all day, but probably be just as fast to just go, well, none of these changed. Oh, that one did, a little RTS available, so we want to keep that. So I don't want to just discard changes on things that have changes. So let's see how many do. Yep, F4. Okay, so we got a new F4. We got, okay, so all those are good. And features. The others, of course, don't apply because they're not pertinent to this machine. Meanwhile, features, that one do. License didn't change. Make file, no change. We're definitely going to see the configs, and this is the interesting part, of course, for all of us who want to have one of these machines and use it with the latest Marlin. What are the bloody configuration settings? Well, here they are. Check it out. First thing I like to do is, of course, close all these finally. Sublime came back to life, but it's got so many files open. Let's see. Yeah, I hope that Sublime gets an update where it can do search and replace as quickly as VS Code. That would be very nice. All right, carry on. Well, it's going to take a minute. So while it's doing that, well, let's just quickly see if we know anything about that $sign. I see a little plus. I don't see the $sign and those listing lists, but maybe the plus is what they're talking about. Maybe, let's see. I don't know what the plus means. They don't really mention it in bold letters right in front of my face. Let's see. Searchable. That's interesting. Searchable. Like an executable, searchable directory. Okay. I'm not seeing any $sign examples. Fine. Just because I'm curious. All right. No $sign so far. Hey, look, it's Lulac. He's watching Soylent Green at the moment. I was joking. There's a great line in Soylent Green. One of my favorite lines in Soylent Green is like when Charlton Heston goes up to the rich people's like penthouse and he's hanging around there, and all these people are sitting around smoking cigarettes. Gets a cigarette for someone, and he says, "Yeah, if I could afford these things, I'd smoke 2, 3 of these every day." You have to be a smart person to get that joke, or at least experienced enough in the fun realities of smokers. No smoker smokes just 2 or 3 cigarettes every day. It's like, a pack a day is pretty much minimal. Cigarette per hour. 1 cigarette every hour is 20, for 16 hours of being awake. Comes pretty close to a pack a day. Don't do it, kids. Don't start. I had a smoking habit for like 8 years, something like that, maybe 10. But I quit in my early 30s because I was so busy indoors typing code. I just didn't have time to be taking breaks every whatever and going off, and I just kind of like dropped it, and I just kind of like never went back. A little weird. I would go out and take breathing breaks, instead of smoke breaks. I'd just go outside and take a deep breath, get some sun on my face, That was good enough. Or I'd have a glass of water, because usually that was what I needed anyway. So anyway, let's take a look at... I like to clean up these a little bit. Let's do that. It'll be a slightly neater to look at. Okay, so they have this thing called Marry height speed, which I don't know what the word marry is supposed to mean. I'm sure it's like Molly or something. Mari. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it's supposed to mean. But Marry height speed. So let's take a look at the Chinese translation and see what that tells us. That gives us a clue. Of course, I could look at the code and it would probably give me a very good clue. High speed, okay. Okay, high speed. Marry high speed? I don't know what that means. Sorry. Marry, I mean, it's a fine word. We don't usually use that word when we mean to join things together in a technical sense. But I could see why someone in China might think that's the right term. Hotbed temperature compensation, right? Well, I guess that's obvious. Heated bed. All right. So we have bed temp comp and we have something called Marry height speed. Let's see what it does. It puts up a different version. It makes a lot of everything really fast. I think this is actually why, like I don't know if you've used the Ender-5 S1 right out of the box without tweaking the accelerations or anything. There's probably options on the screen, we can get into that, to do that stuff. But by default, the accelerations are way too high. Way too high. 500 seems much better to me. I don't know why they have this option at all, honestly. What else does it do? Well, it's all about configuration. All it does is sets the configuration to be ridiculously high. And again, I don't know why they call it Marry. It's a strange way to define it. So anyway, so they call it 106T13, which, you know, I guess you can, you know what I'm going to say, right? You can bag some womp rats with that. So Marry high speed, I don't know why. I'm going to go with very high speed, just because it just makes more sense. I'm going to try and figure out what they mean by Marry. You know, or maybe it's join high speed. I don't know. We'll figure it out someday. We'll understand what they mean. I'll ask for the original Chinese from my contacts after New Year's and see what they really meant by that. See if I can find a better translation. And honestly, I would really love it if like Chinese companies would just send me, you know, send me your user manuals, PDFs before you print them, and I'll fix your English. I'll be more than happy to do so, because it means so much for everyone. Like, imagine getting a manual from a Chinese company with perfect English. You'd be like, your mind would be blown. These can't be Chinese. This must be from Europe or some expatriates somewhere. I don't know what's going on here. But I'm more than happy to do that because they could be better. So a lot of this stuff was made, changes on September 14, 2022, which is pretty recent. So that's pretty cool. So yeah, all the settings that apply. So everything is pretty much, you know, good. There's not a lot of weird additions here or anything. Oh, there's some interesting notes though. Guess I should get all these Chinese notes sorted out. So let's go to 1430 and get that sorted out. Oh, so sorry. I don't know why I'm sneezing all night tonight. I have not been out where I could get, you know, viruses as far as I know. I did go outdoors, but hardly interacted with anyone out there, I swear. Okay, so here's some interesting notes. Let's find out what they mean. Detect any 3 points on the bed. The result is a sloping plane. Yeah, so exactly. It's Chinese version of what I already have here. So that's cool. I get it. That makes sense. They're translating it for their own benefit. Several points in the grid. Yeah, this is all just the Chinese version of what's above, so we can remove that. And that's all well and good. In fact, we just simply won't, you know, include it in our merge of the changes. So let's see what else has gone on here. We've got bilinear turned on. That's cool. Enable after G28 and so on. All right, so this is cool. The main thing I want to find out is like how much was the code itself was changed, and I do see there are several changes. So we're going to have to, and even a new code, M2900, which I guess is their own version of homing. Nope, they've got it for printing the bilinear leveling grid and doing some, I think it's for testing of some kind. Oh, that's obviously not needed. Okay, so yeah, some things we will be keeping and others we will not. So that's interesting. Else, move servo. Interesting. Is move servo like, did I do something stupid with move servo? Like it's multiple lines. Oh, I know, it could be empty. Yeah, right. No, it's always just servo move. It's never anything else. So I don't know why they care about that. It's definitely not a bug solution right there. But honestly, I should probably have a detached servo macro just to be consistent. But I think that's fine. Plus this thing doesn't have a servo, so obviously fine. Interesting. Oh, this here, it removes the job recovery file. Yeah, power loss recovery. It occurred to me that, yeah, you can definitely, in your slicer settings, you can actually, with most slicers now, you can have a conditional that checks to see if you're actually using vase mode. And if you are, you can turn off power loss recovery, which will make your prints nice and smooth. So that's M413 S0 turns off power loss recovery. So yeah, there's definitely some changes going on. Let's discard that. Okay, nothing there. There are some card reader changes, but they're just spaces. Those anyway. Then there's a new F401 pins. We're gonna have to compare this. Rambo. Pins.h, of course, gets the new pins. Thermistor, they've added a new thermistor, number 14. That's fine. They just picked the next available number, I guess. They tweaked thermistor 1, which is interesting. They actually made it so that some lower values actually have higher temperatures. That's weird. I'm not sure where that applies. We're gonna have to look at that as well. Yeah, so I guess it can go up to 320, this particular thermistor 1 that they're specifying, which, you know, maybe is correct, you know. That's an NK thermistor. I think it's a Korean brand that is usually. And now that I've touched configuration, all my previous cherry picks probably are screwed up. But yeah, I basically want to keep everything except for a few things in here. So let's do some of that cleanup. What was it, line 4000 where we get the Chinese added in here? Yeah, so don't remove that, or that, or that. Don't add that. Okay, let's call this, as I usually do, I just say keepers. It keeps everything, discard the changes, and then undo, and voila. So that's gone. Yeah, all these bins here, these have all gotta, they're all done. They don't need to be kept. Well, I mean, we can just check to be absolutely sure that everything is CMake lists. I don't think we even use CMake, but maybe that matters for their purposes. I'm not sure, but I have a feeling we could certainly bring that file back because we're not going to be using CMake. Okay, so everything up to here is completely fine. I'm just going to continue to let that not be there for a second. I don't know why, just because I'm. So there's the new F401RE, and then there's the updated link, which actually goes to a higher address. So yeah, we're down to 125 changed files. Okay, that changed. .s files are supposed to stick around, depending. I don't know who uses this, but let's do that much anyway. And these things I changed, you can see it's all white space changes here. So I basically changed everything. The Python standard is to use 4 space indent. That's kind of like what is recommended. So that's the way I went. I was like, well, if that's sort of official, I'm just going to keep it that way. So yeah, there's a whole new variant here, which is the generic F401RX, so-called. And then here's all our Marlin G2 stuff and our .s. The reason the .s files went away is because of an error in the previous git ignore, I think. So I think these are fine. So that can go away. And then there's this other one, which is, this is the actual board part. And yeah, it's .s file. I don't want to remove that. Meanwhile, Cheetah, I'm sure that's not relevant. Right, and then my scripts. Boop, boop. Gotta check and see if they did anything funky with my scripts. Nope. Say our scripts. I'm sharing. I want to share the scripts with everybody. So there's our config again. Okay, now, oh, there's our new board. Huh, looks fine to me. Oh, I guess there was an extra line in there at some point. Yep, apparently so. At that particular time. All right, and then, of course, for their purposes, that's fine, but we're gonna keep that. Okay. Count ++%2. Putting in parentheses is like, do you mean to say ++ count in that case? I'm curious now. If you put this in parentheses, does it make it essentially the same as this? What do you think? And then also, you know, %2 equals 0. Well, you could also say and 1 equals 0. And then the question is, you know, is it supposed to say B on the very first thing or not? And it looks like it would only happen once, ever, until the next time that it's 0, which is really strange. So, is it there to catch an error? Oh, no, it's every other one, isn't it? Every other one, so does it mean to do it on the odd or on the even? That's the question. So, I don't know, for now we're going to keep it ++ be after, and we'll do this. We'll see what that's all about eventually. Meanwhile, right, if it's less than 0, and that's interesting. Minus equals 1. Okay. Okay. Number of steps, I guess. If negative distance count remainder is 1, 2, or 3, I guess. Minus 1, 2, and 3? I'm never sure how, oh, it does negate it, okay. It's negating a positive one, gotcha. And same thing here. Cool. Yeah, I guess if you did the greater than 0 thing. Because, you know, but whatever. Keep things neat. And then there's this little extra debug here. So, yeah. And there. I guess this add steps thing, I'm not sure what's up with that. Is it being removed? No. It's just there for the heck of it, I guess. Used to be a thing called pair, and actually you don't have to call it. It'll know what to do. You don't have to tell it it's an int. Meanwhile, it knows what to do. Okay, meanwhile. Not a whole lot. Pretty basic, I like it. Okay, now this whole variant thing. So yeah, all this is going to be basically for the support. And then I can bring over, the next tricky part is just bringing it up to 212. And then also, you know, so let's commit a couple things. First, let's get these binaries. Well, you know, I don't need to commit these necessarily. But these are, I don't know if you have what version is on here. Let's take a look. See what version's already there. Power. This baby takes like this long for the screen to come on. It still doesn't come on. Oh, wait. It's drawing the logo. Creality. Hold on. Nope. It's filling in the logo. And oh, the screen's up. Okay, here we go. So let's take a look. Settings. About. Okay, it says it's version 106. Let's get the other cam up as well. Let's make this easier for ourselves here. Let's see. Logitech, where are you? There it is. So that's the old printer. I don't know why it's black and white, but here's what we got. Oh yeah, it's just not very colorful. It's not black and white, it's just not the most colorful thing. All right, so yeah, there's our screen, which you can't see too well. Let's see if I can get a close up. There you go. How's that? A little better? Slightly. Terrible. Okay, good focus there, Logitech. But anyway, yeah, it's a 106 is what it basically says there. So, and as you can see, it's a very basic screen. We're going to figure out how it interfaces with Marlin. I assumed it was just a serial host, because that's typical for these types of screens. But if we can't control it, then I can fix that SD card stuff. Because as I will show you, it can't do folders, which is a very big deal. I think I do like. I prefer SD cards that can do, or SD card interfaces that can read the folders, because you know if you've got 100 G code files on there, you don't want to have to be, you know, constantly. You know, it's hard to, it's not like you can just do this flick and it'll just scroll. You have to like use this little arrow and go down, and then the names aren't really written out very well. I'd like it if they were written out more nicely. So that was 106, so I guess the version here is 10.13, so I could try one of the, you know, latest ones. The one that's Mary Max. I don't know why they call it Mary, again. The word Mary is in there, as you can see. Why? I don't know. Just because it's Chinese, I guess. So there you have it. So for now, I'm gonna put these away, although I could try one of them, I suppose. Just see if it's any better. Let's try the, let's see, I don't know what the D1 and D2 refer to. Does this thing say anything about D1? It does say it's a hardware version. Hold on. CR4NS 2001 41C13. CR4NS, oh, so that may be the, oh, and the screen version is U25. Okay, that's interesting. So let's put these away for a minute. Bins. All right, let's put our bins. Bins. All right, thermistor 1, thermistor 14, lots of thermistors, pins, new pins. Card reader changes, we should examine those. Okay, there's an LS, which of course we know our LS. I don't know if that's any different. Nope, it's the same. Mount. That is line 465. And there all they've done is just added a little debugging. Try to mount the media. So, I get you. So it looks like whatever testing that Rock was doing. Tell you, man, if I was Chinese, I would totally pick a name like Rock for my English equivalent. Or, you know, something very, you know, Hollywood, baby. Gandalf. I'd go with Gandalf. So I don't think these need to be necessarily wrapped up, although I understand why you would, because you never know with those macros. So that's interesting, is if it's not printing, then it'll release, but otherwise it will, which is curious. So like managed media is supposed to do a thing where it's like, oh, I detected the media, okay, and then I got a good stat, media was inserted, but if I didn't get a good stat, then it's supposed to release it. So this is for safety. So I would say, I'm gonna go, I may do something along the lines of, just adding like a flag that pertains to this machine. So let's do this. Let's do this much anyway. Let's get all these merged in. The features, that, not the config yet, the board, yeah, the, and then anything else that's configuration based. Oh yeah, that one, INI. Also, make sure that the pins file has the right thing on it. Yep. Good. So we don't even need to worry about that particular line. But it does also add a Wi-Fi thing, which is interesting. I don't think I saw that as I was poking through. Source G-code Wi-Fi. Oh, there it is, M930. Shoo, look at that. I don't know. I guess this must be an add-on. Cool. Good on you. Creality. I do like seeing stuff like that. Little add-ons that make things better. Oh, and look, a new BL24CXX EEPROM. I don't know if I'll need to keep these, because mine are pretty good. But we'll see what these are about. And again, that cleaning up is always a good thing. 331. Just want to make sure everything is as close to what it used to be as possible. And then, yeah, I see what's going on here. So there's actually a delay. And that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I would actually say, I wonder if the delay would be better like afterward. You know, so that when you come to this the very first time, it's like no delay. just writes. And then if there is a delay, you know, if it doesn't do it successfully, then there's a delay. And then it tries again. So I'm going to go with that. I may also do this. Let's do that. That way, it only decrements it if it fails. And that's interesting. HSD clock power save. That's cool. I didn't even know there was such a thing. Okay, that can go away, obviously. RTS available. That's interesting. Has resumed continue. Okay. We'll find out what that's about. Cool. They seem to be pretty bright over there, which is good. They know what any is better than either. Some of our English first speakers are not so good at that. Has multi-language, has M414 command, that's interesting, and has M808 command. Well, it doesn't have to have M808. I'm not sure why you would have M808 on this machine anyway. Besides, it's not even mentioned anywhere else, so let's just remove that for now. Thank you for thinking about M808. That was my contribution for the purposes of the CR30, actually. I was like, Naomi cajoled me into, not cajoled, tapped me, as it were, on the shoulder and said, hey, help us with the CR30. Sent me a CR30, it's over here. And I love the belt printer, I really do. I haven't really used it enough. And as part of, you know, that, I was thinking really hard about, like, you know, can it be treated like, you know, normal Core XY with a Z-axis that just happens to be, you know, on a slope, and then printing like that, so that if you set it up at an angle, it would look like a Core XY, just happen to have a bed that's on a slope. And if you think of it that way, it's kind of really obvious what's going on as far as the thing, but you actually have support on the side of the slope, so you can use that as a support. So you can think of it that way. So if you were to print things, you know, at a 45-degree angle, you would tend to have them, they would basically be getting printed the same way as they would be on a Core XY, except for that bed thing. So then baby step multiplicator must be less than or equal to 0.1 millimeters. So for some reason they wanted a smaller one, which is fine. I'm going to assume that, I guess that's here. They changed it to 4 millimeters. That's a pretty big step. 4 millimeters. I hope I got that right. With the multiplicator Z, oh, right, I have to check that. If enabled baby step millimeter units, then don't make it 4 millimeters, basically. So that's interesting. I wonder what they're baby stepping 4 millimeters. Like, I would never baby step 4. I mean, each baby step is going to be 4 millimeters? Come on. That's not the purpose of baby stepping, guys. So I'm going to think about that. Here we go. This is called, apparently, they thought it was a CR10 Smart when they distributed this to me. But it is the Ender-5 S1, not the CR10 Smart. So this actually is the version file that I don't think ends up getting used. I could be wrong. It was probably the one that they had set up for the CR10 Smart, and then they just built on that. So, okay, more stuff happening here. Finish SD printing is doing more stuff. RTS doing more stuff. Yeah, many interesting things happening here. So, also font data. Oops, look at that. ProFont distribution 2.2 blah. I'm going to ignore that, I think. We'll figure that out later. So that's another edition. But let's at least do the just the basic board support here. That's all I really want. So I'm going to go with hardware support. Whichever board it is, we're going to call it 401RE. And I haven't looked at the board itself. It may have a, it may turn out that it's just like 427 something. Like one of the boards that we already support since that time. So I should really look at that. And again, marry? What does this marry mean? It's going to really bug me until I know. All right, so let's put these away. Config. Okay, and then additions. M72. Okay. So a few new things. Generally speaking, we don't expect vendors to necessarily go out of their way to submit these things to the G-code page on reprap.org. So if these codes do become standard, it's up to me to like do that. So yeah, that's interesting. There's a lot of additions, including this one. Oh, that's the firmware.bin. Yep. And that is the question too, is how many of these are pertinent versus already done. You know, things we haven't done yet. So let's do that. Okay. Interesting. I guess that makes sense. You could do that. For flash drive support. I think what I may do is something more along the lines of like, if that doesn't exist yet, like it's already there, so I could do something like put that in the config. So let's do that. What line? 68. Okay, that'll allow us to override it, and then I can define it as my serial 2 in the config. And is that for the USB flash drive? So interesting, okay. Also, I don't know if if it actually has a custom display type and all that kind of thing, so we'll figure that out as well. If it's just serial, then, you know, it is what it is. Okay, Wi-Fi. We'll come back to that. So it's interesting because yeah, I guess that's the screen basically. So let's leave it at that. And it's interesting that LCD serial port, like you could have my serial 1 could still be pointing to serial port 2, I think. unless I'm mistaken. I believe we see something like, oops. Yeah, so here's Marlin serial with LCD serial ports, so it's just called Marlin serial. Right, and then, you know, it's called M serial LCD in some cases. It depends on the platform. The naming conventions aren't necessarily consistent across different platforms, so. Anyway, that's a good addition, so let's do that. Then we have, oh, power loss recovery is even enabled in here. I don't think this particular machine has the, well, it does have a USB port on the side, but it's a USB-C. So I could try a flash drive attached to that and see if it works. And then it has a full-size SD card, which is great. And it actually uses the push-in like spring method, so it can detect when it's there and all that. Okay, what were you looking for? Line 232. Ugh, pardon my yawning. I shouldn't be asleep because this is my afternoon right here. Look at the right file, it helps. Okay, first start is true. If recovery valid, well, that's kind of stupid because first start is already true. So what's your point? Not sure what you're aiming for here, but it doesn't do much good. But recovery check actually does, it'll initiate the whole thing. You don't have to do this. You could do something like if recovery valid, you know, if not recovery valid, or if recovery valid, recovery check, like that. But recovery check is going to do that for you anyway, so it's like, why? That's not what recovery check does anyway. And it's because it doesn't return a bool, which would be nice. It just checks to see if the card is mounted, loads it. If it's not valid, it returns cancel. Otherwise, it actually sticks, please, you know, do recovery now, and 1000 code in there. So, of course, this has been messed with because, well, I did do this feature also at the behest of Creality. They had originally their own implementation. It was fine, but it had some minor flaws. You know, as anyone who touches Marlin code is gonna not quite get it, which is fine. It takes a while to get used to this code base. But yeah, so I had to make some tweaks and make a class for it and kind of like, I don't know, I was enthusiastic about the concept at the time. Less so these days, but only because it's like, oh, look at that, if not. Matching non-zero values. Careful about that. Well, there's no chance that it's going to be, oh, I see, yeah. This is, you know, the whole point of this is like you say, hey, did this get, you know, turned to 0 from whatever it was before? If so, then we got to make sure it's not 0. So that's the only thing that does. Meanwhile, media ready. Okay, cool, there's something new going on. Oh, where's that? Interesting. So what line is that? 232 again. We've been there. Alright, yeah, no, I just wanted to get rid of that break. Yeah, that one there. Okay, good. Interesting that it does that. Like I actually do my power check, my recovery check elsewhere. but they must have moved it. Yeah, like Marlin Core does it right here. Interesting. So yeah, all kinds of interesting things going on here. Do you win crowd LCD? Nope. L if enabled RTS available. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, a lot of interesting stuff going on. And also line 27 there. Just keeping things neat. Okay, next card reader has some interesting things going on. It does delay 5 for mount, which, sure, maybe that makes a difference. Yeah, so for the longest time, this was the ideal spot. I was guaranteed not to be bugging people, which is nice. And 1255. But there's been some turnover. I think I have a neighbor now, so I have to be like, I can't be, you know, making music all night long or anything. You know, otherwise I would be, because I loves me my music. Okay, and then, oh, that's open file read. Yeah. Just want to make sure I get everything straight so I can see exactly what changes have been made. Okay, power off continue equals false. Well, that's interesting. I guess that's canceling the power off. Possibly. Alright. And let's see, right, thermistor, that's an addition. I'm not sure how many of these I should throw out, you know, like I want to keep some of this stuff, for sure. Yes, yes. Alright, 50 to go. Nope, there's a new file here, hold on. Oh, yeah, right. Okay, conditional, that's an add. That's interesting. If ndef, it just sets it to 0, so why would you not have it that way anyway? So they've already defined theirs, so, you know. And then they have some other idea, minus 30, minus 40, which I don't see here as an example. That might be the fallback for the, what machine did we see was in there before? Some kind of CR10. So yeah, I don't think that is needed necessarily. And default leveling fade height, it should be 0, to be honest. 50 is a really large number. I mean, 50 is nice. It'll be nice and, you know, but it's already 50, so yeah, it's already set that way. If enabled, enable, then set to 50. So yeah, we don't need that. And then this thing, M1414. Okay. Cool that there is such a thing. Right, that makes sense. And it looks like M414. I've already added it at one point, so I don't think it's needed. Unless there's like a way to turn it off, basically. I think that's the idea, is you don't want one if there is no multi-language. So yeah, we don't need that. about that? That could be done pretty early, obviously, like way early, if that's where we set up variables and things, but I don't know. It's in the LCD general area, so fine. So that's the only thing I'd keep there. The rest of this stuff, no. RTS, I'm sure, would probably be useful. So let's look at this. Baby step multiplicator Z is for, yeah, I don't know why. Maybe they're doing 4 steps or something? I don't know. It's possible that they decided to modify it in some way. Anyway, let's turn this baby off for the time being. I'll have it up in a minute. So yeah, the process of getting an upgrade isn't always straightforward, or porting something that, you know, a third-party thing into Marlin isn't always easy, but it's not bad. Usually, you know, if you isolate the changes and you can understand why they're doing it, then, you know, it's not so hard. Okay, so here you see it's doing the same thing, both cases, so we can get rid of that. Also, and this should be null pointer actually. Boom. Oh, looks like I did originally have a little thing around it. But now it wants to, what was the original? Followed by 0. And make sure I know what that does. It's the last thing. Inster, so it could be null pointer, so yeah, that's the intent there. Okay. Right. Sure enough. So it gets through, and yeah, it's only supposed to replace that with a number when, with a $sign. Oh wait, no. No, that's right. Let me see. You got a paster, which is maybe a format string, and then this is a parameter. That third thing is a parameter. 2. So yeah, the parameter. But what's this 55? Oh, you know what? It must be the other one. It's using the X position stuff. So the let's see, how does that work? Column row string, here it is. Move to and then put U8 string. Okay, very simple. And right. Hello? So it's this one. So what if this happens to be null? Yeah, it shouldn't be calling this stuff with a null string in that position. It should simply not be doing it. So my thinking is actually instead of progress string, we'll just put a 0, I guess. Right? We'll have to take a look and see what's going on with that. Okay, let's call this all config. Since it's, I don't know, conditionals, I'll just consider part of config for now. I'm going to mark all these as customizations. Oh, but there's a couple of config things I want to remove. Aren't there? Yes. Oh, nothing changed here. Okay, we got that count thing happening there in baby step. We got, yeah, I don't know why there's so many changes of formatting here. There's just to annoy, just to use up my time and yours. Okay. Right, we got to allow cold extrusion. Three. 448. Yeah, it's all just clean up. Interesting one. So yeah, this is some interesting stuff going on. Apparently they found some things that they had to deal with. I don't know exactly why, how, where, when. And then the unload, never mind the unload stuff. Yeah. So I mean, every vendor, of course, is free within their own code base to do this kind of thing. But it does, you know, one way to deal with it would be to, you know, if this is a fix that applies to everybody, you know, make a note of that. This should apply to everybody. If it's a fix that only applies to your situation or customization, then that would be nice if, look at that. So here this implies it's like already there, basically. And 697. So we can see very few changes here, and then, right. Might as well keep cleaning. Clean, clean, clean. All right. And then this ensure safe temperature false. I'm not familiar with that one. Wait. I see. So yeah, it'll actually, so all this does here is just sets the temperature and either waits or doesn't. So yeah, these are the kinds of things which, you know, move this kind of stuff up to the config, make it configurable, and then we figure out later if it really should apply to everyone. Here we have this thing called pause resume feedstock. That's interesting. As added as part of power loss, apparently. Ooh, resetting E to some value here. Don't need to do that. I know it seems like a good idea, but you don't need to do that. So that's interesting. So this is actually more like it's doing a retract here. It's extruding and then it's retracting the same amount. So I'd call that what do we usually call that? A ramming move, right? Oh, look, people. What's the difference between maple and normal? Maple is, you know, it's one option for libraries to build against. It's, you know, you can build against STM32's own official libraries, or you can build against Maple. It's your choice. If you find that things work fine with the regular stuff, then stick with it. Don't use Maple. If you find that you have issues of something, timer conflicts or whatever, you might find it that Maple works where the regular STM32 stuff doesn't. So yeah, Maple is like, if you go looking up Maple, you'll see that it's meant to be an open source like option for embedded programming, and you know, it has its likers and its detractors. But generally speaking, once the official stuff from from ST Micro started improving, we needed less of Maples, so we decided to just kind of like move on away from Maple and focus on STM32. But generally speaking, like our, you know, everything works with both in Marlin right now. Safe delay for a whole second. Oof. I don't know why you'd do this instead of just doing 10,000. Because safe delay takes care of all the stuff for you, and doing a little loop there isn't, there's no point. That's interesting. And return, which is interesting. Do, and if it was aborted, then print, then return. Oh, that's interesting. I like that. Okay, that's neat. As part of what? Job recovery? I'm kind of curious why you would expect printing to get canceled in the middle of a print job recovery. Can it be canceled? I guess you can. That's interesting. But I would just assume you would just not Just don't resume. Because it does ask you, at the beginning, do you want to resume? So, you should say no, not just like yes, and then be like, oh, wait, no, cancel. Yeah, happy to help. PXN America. um, yeah, the stuff I'm working on now is just on my computer. I got it from Creality through Discord. I have connections with the Creality development team, and just before they went off on New Year's vacation, I managed to get all this stuff and an Ender-5 S1 from them. So for this particular purpose, really to get it updated and into Marlin and upgrade to the latest firmware. And also there's some issues with it. It needs work. For example, it can't do folders on the SD card, so I have to sort that out. I don't know if that's even something I have access to here yet, but we will see. So that should be fun. Then they have this. And we'll just do that. If we can get it in one line instead of three, might as well. Temperature.h. Okay. Yeah, I'll have this published as soon as I'm done with it, basically, so that you can all update your Ender-5 S1s as well. Of course, I want to make sure it all works. The main thing is really I want to get the input shaping on there and see how fast I can print the benchy. I could get it down to 20 minutes. That'd be excellent. Let's see what else we got going on. Oh, this one. Yeah, I'm basically reviewing everything that I can. Just cleaning it up and making it neat. Okay, that's interesting. Right. Less than or equal to 3. I can never remember what that is. Is it LE_N? Yeah. Pretty sure. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Totally unnecessary, but oh well. Divided by 3, so the average, the mean average of those things. Okay. we're looking good here. So next, yeah, it's nice to have Crowdy back in the mix. I missed them for a while after Naomi left. I wasn't sure if I was going to be in touch with them anymore, and but now I'm in direct contact with the lead of the development team, which is really great. It's essentially what I needed because there's a lot to do. Oh, also this is already a thing, right? Pretty sure I did that. No? Yeah, grid max points. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Invalidated. Right. Kinds of interesting tweaks going on here. Let's see. All right. Sure, I guess. How do I use grid max points in Marlin? Anyway, do I always use it with parentheses? I generally do. Looks like I don't seem to care. But it is a conditional, so I can like totally control it. And so therefore, yeah, I guess I'll do that. Where were I? Okay, so, oh, looks like that was already like that. Right, so then we've got this here. And this is all part of G29. Interesting that it's doing it this way. And again, it's a little on the messy side. I don't know why they've chosen to use so many little floats and with so many names. Oops. Clean, clean, clean. All right, and then that's subtracting all this stuff. Boy, I don't necessarily need to go too crazy here. But look at all that. Wow, look at you. So equals negative. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's important. I thought it was minus equals, but no, it's equals negative. And then what? Yeah, exactly. It would all be fine in arrays. I mean, I could do I'm really just trying to see what the logic is first before I go changing it. Also, I don't even know if it needs to be kept because we may have a better solution than this already in Marlin, and they just didn't notice it. So we want to check that out first. But yeah, I'm trying to see what is the gist here? What are they after with all this? It looks like they're trying to add some weights to these readings. Like there's some that are trusted more than others kind of idea. Fair fair points. Yeah, I'm trying to be fair to myself before I get too deep, because this stuff is painful. um, sometimes going through third-party code can be painful. Like some people just find mathematics in general painful, like physically painful. I haven't gotten to that point yet, but I could just about get there. All right, divided by 2, divided by 3. And yeah, I'm adding f's because it'll actually try to do it in double, and we don't necessarily want that. Because yeah, without an f, it is a double. Let's see here, 4, 2, 4, 1. Yeah, I see what's going on. So yeah, this could definitely be reduced to a macro and then just repeat the macro, for example. Do a little loop inside, with a bunch of arrays, and then let the compiler optimize that down to whatever. But might as well put these comments into a nice little array and see what they say. Into the interface, lower left. There you go. Upper left, of course. So it's doing the corners. This is corner leveling. Now we already have this, so, this is definitely, I think this is probably redundant. And let me guess, lower right, yep. And here's going to be the center. Oops, probably. Something like that. Oh, nope, the mean. I was close. Mean is center, right? Sort of. Right. Weighted calculation method. Gotcha. So there's a weighted calculation and then there's a regular mean calculation. So why they do a weighted one? Not sure. So, yep, this minus that plus these minus that plus that. So how many times does it follow this pattern is the first question. So I suppose I could do this kind of thing where 0, 3, 0, 0, 0, 2, 0, 4, 0, 3, 0, 3, 0, 2. Yeah, I'm seeing some definite patterns here. So I'm just going to give them names for now. We'll just do this. I'll do a macro, make it easy. Yeah, bed mesh. Yeah, no, no, you're right. They're just using temp as temporary. And, I see that they're doing it like, temp 1, temp 2. I mean, it's silly, right? Right, and just real quick, we'll just do this. Start with temp1 underscore whatever, and I'll just actually change that to 0, followed by temp2 underscore whatever, and we'll just number that 1. And temp3 will number 2. So that's all 0 based. And then we can get ourselves closer to having an array. Because, yeah, you could simply say let's see, 0011, 0011, 43, 43, 43. So it looks like maybe there's 5 here. Or is it are these comparisons? Let's see. 0403, 100. Right, so if it's lower left, they all have the same index somewhere, right? 4343, 012, 012, 012, 0011, 4343, 4433. Yeah, okay. And again, 5? I won't say 5, but yeah. So I could do it that way. Oh, it's a lot. So you could do this instead. You could say grok. And what's the pattern here? Not clear. Mm-hmm. So what would that be? Let's take a look. If I had an A, B, and a C and a D, what would they be? Would be B4. Do they always have 4? Let's see, 4, 4, 4, 4. No, definitely a pattern that's hard to figure out. So we'll sort it out. Finding patterns is always fun. So let's just call that B. Meanwhile, 3 we'll call C. 2 we'll call D. And 1 we'll call E. So if this were that, it would be all right, something like that. 4, 3, 2, 1. And the next one would end up being 1, 0, 0, and that would be 4. And then 0, but wait. Nope, not clear. So yeah, it's tricky. I mean, part of the pattern is something divided by 3 plus, you know, et cetera, but I mean, another way to do it would be this. You could say, let's see, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. All right, and then you go C values, you know, A, C values B, Z values C. And then when you pass them in, you pass pairs D, Z values E, and then Z values F, you know, and then G. So this would end up being which, you know, you can't possibly understand, right? So that's what that would do. I don't know if that's likable. But anyway, that's not the main point. The main thing is to get this thing bloody compiling and stuff. So we'll move on from this, get back to the fun stuff, which is what's next. Was that everything in G29 for this part? Nope, surely not. Of course, there are customizations to G29 itself. Starting with clearing the mesh. I think we have a different way to do this. And we don't necessarily want to zero out Z, but usually we do this instead. And if it's bilinear, which in this case it will be, it'll actually set it up already for us. So yep. And if there is a target temp, I guess a warmer target temp, then okay, that's interesting. I think we may have already dealt with that in some other way. Again, I'll check this when I do the merge of the latest. Meanwhile, probing fans off, yeah, so this is really all handled, you know, already, so I don't know what this is exactly, except, yeah, it's just updating the screen, basically. So I think this is more a question of, like, if you have this particular screen, then it wants to send messages at this point to the screen. That's my thinking on the matter. A lot of this RTS stuff, check stuff in here too. A lot of it. So yeah, they've done quite a lot. Mm-hmm. And similar here. And again. And it shouldn't be equals 0, it should be E0, I think, actually. If I'm right, oh, it's H underscore E0, yeah. And that's 8 and 11. I see. I would notice it when I tried to do the merge anyway, probably. Probably. Wow. And here again we have 8 and 11. So let's just stick with these. Uh-huh. Sure. I think in this case it's looking for E, not hot heater ID. Oh, it's always going to be error 8 in this case, actually. It's quite right about that, because it pertains not to the, it's just hot and or bed. I'm assuming. Just assuming. And then this one, same deal. Okay. And here. Yeah, so I'm assuming RTS available is really related to this screen. Uh-huh. Yep, a lot of these. So yeah, I do spend a lot of time just cleaning up the text and making it pretty readable, fixing the formatting. I could run a formatter, but I don't trust them. Just me. Actually, there's some tweaks that I need to do with post formatting. So that could happen later. Yeah, change page font instead of, I don't know why they chose 41. I'll look at their fonts. Maybe it's because they're, the original code was probably for a screen that used that font number, and then they did a new update to the screen stuff. So my guess is that pertains to like the some CR10 model, Pro maybe, and then the rest, this pertains to the Ender. Best guess. Just based on what I've seen otherwise. Okay. And where is that defined anyway? It's not defined, is it? Here it is. Interesting. Resistive touch screen. Okay. But it is an a RET 12864 LCD, so that's interesting. They call it a resistive touch screen. We actually do have a touch option in this thing. So I'm not sure. I guess my guess is that it's resistive touch screen, but it sends messages. but I'm going to actually call it, I'm going to give it a name. I'm going to give it a new name. I'm going to call it the Creality RTS, I guess, for now. Till I have a good model number for it. Oh, but it is a stock display. Wow, that's strange. And this is interesting. I don't think that's right, but we'll see. Because if it was a stock display, it would be doing all the stock display stuff. Okay, we're going to have to look at that. Well, there is a particular model for this RTS, I'll bet. Let's take a look and see if there's any clue in the notes about it. Maybe in the LCD RTS file, for example. That might be a good place. So I actually want to put a copyright of Creality up there. Okay, well, look at all the stuff it's including. Oh my goodness, I'm sure it don't need all of this, but we'll see. So this, actually, we don't need that. If generally we do this instead. Oh boy. Just clearing out some extra white space there. All right. This I could probably run through Uncrustify before I do anything. I have a script for that. So that just takes care of formatting it like Marlin, mostly. And it did a good job, The one thing I would do is just reduce this indent, since the whole thing is bloody indented. There's no need to indent everything. All right, yeah, so not bad. Now we clean up. So yeah, it's a pretty on the long side. It's got how many? Almost over 3,000 lines. That's annoying. Brings in a lot. But I assume it's very similar to other DWin type screens. Oops, I don't think I modified that. So where's that broken thing coming from? Probably from this not being done. That was my fault. Static, remove card window, cool. So yeah, the one thing I wish I had was like a translation in place. I think there actually is a way to do that, but well, there is a plugin for that, but I didn't think it worked very well last time I tried. Oh, there it is, hey. What's all this about BL Touch? Did I mean this? I might have. I'm not Chinese, I don't know. See the difference between two coordinates, etc. Okay. feel like that applied to something else. Get the sense it applied to something else. So, oh, this kind of stuff, clearly, you know. Oh, I did that. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Hmm. So it could end up being something like this. M serial, LCD serial port or whatever. But generally speaking, we want it to be LCD serial port. So if there's, you know, to see what that's about. Oh, did that already. Okay. I have a feeling it'll always be correct. Yeah, I think we may go with that. Now credited with the whole LCD lib. Yeah, I know, right? Of course, we'll go searching for this. We'll find out. Oh, this is derived from some other thing that also exists already. Anyway, yeah, I'm definitely not gonna review like every bloody line in this thing. The main thing I want to do is just make sure it's clean, and it'll build, and that it will build when I go to build it. And there's nothing too egregious in it. You know, once in a while you see stuff like this, and like, okay, sure, I don't know what these mean yet. And you know, just make sure the translations are good. If a variable's got a weird name, like, you know, serial octopus or something, I have to figure out what it really means. And then you have this, both. And I think you'll find that power loss recovery, since it already relies on SD support, this has all been removed from Marlin already. Because there's a line somewhere about undef, right? No? What the hell? Nowhere is there an undef about that? I'm surprised, actually. I think I did add that eventually. But let me just see where it's defined. Sure. It is definitely dependent on SD support, so you're not getting it without it. Sorry. Right. They've really gone. This is one of the things that does bug me is they've gone all this trouble of re-implementing stuff that's already implemented, simply because they didn't know it was already implemented. If power off continue equals true, sure, equals true. Then return. You don't need an else in that case, so we can throw that in there and there. Yeah, sure. And yeah, since, you could also do this kind of thing, like if not power off continue, then do the rest. Okay, that's constructor apparently. We don't like void because that's a C thing, so we can get rid of those. C, when you don't have void, C assumes you want a variable number of parameters rather than none. In case you didn't know that, it's one of those weird C things. But in C++, the assumption is that if you have nothing, then you really mean nothing. Well, while we're here, did I mess up another one of these end ifs here somewhere? What happened? It's unclear. It's unclear. I don't think I messed things up, but we'll see. It's always possible. I've been known to mess things up before. Let's see. So yeah, that's going to be indented that much. I suppose that's going to be indented that much too, since we have all these things, closing things, and then we have this, which I guess must be out here too. Yeah, it'll be fun when we get to the point of being able to actually do the testing. Let me check my my YouTube chat situation here. Oh, there it is. I need to unlock it so I can make it visible. There we go. Oh. Extra resources to, yeah. Yeah, so far, nothing weird going on here that I can discern as far as writing things to the SD card. I mean, we have a power loss recovery file that gets written there, and they're doing some extra dealings with that file, but otherwise. And then you can see I've actually already committed this, so I'm looking now at my own changes when I see the little orange marks on the side. It's just my own tweaks, and then apparently I forgot to format these comments. I see. Yeah, I think that comment I took out earlier was pertinent to this function probably, or something like that. Maybe I should put it back. What file is it? LCD RTS. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, that. Acreality, they believe in BL touch exists. It's not all CR touch. Then you got that. Sure. Let's just see if it builds. Do a quick test and just see if it builds. Probably not, but you never know. Right, it is an older. I do have to rebase it on the latest code before it'll be completely, fully, 100% compatible. Okay, so I screwed something up here. Let's see. Lang equals language change font. Okay. Lang. LCDRTS lang. Maybe this is the one they mean. Well, I have other things that handle languages, so I don't know if I want to entirely remove that, but well, we'll see. Okay. Let's see. First thing is this going to just be pragma once. What year is it? I know they did this last year, so, but whatever. We'll give them a 2023. Let's see. Because from now on, it still matters. Meanwhile, okay, so there's some things we may not need here. Let's take a look. First of all, like for example, what is what? Extern unsigned char. So we are going to need something like, you know, lang. Anyone? Language, change font. No lang though, huh? Okay. Surely it will build now. few externs here and there. Okay. Oh, they've seen this before. Levying flag. Right. Leveling flag. Oh, we also don't have this anymore. I guess I'll keep it for now because it did in the newest Marlin change to Echo PGM. Just handles the pair situation. Okay. S1, Z10. Make up your mind. How'd we do? Oh, there's an end if. Too many end ifs. So that wasn't needed. Maybe there's an, I think what happened is there's an extra if in here that I screwed up with. Let's take a look. There we go. Just doing a bit of cleanup, yeah. Oops. Because, I don't know, makes it easier to see the changes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of duplication here, which is too bad. Definitely, we've definitely improved on this since 208. There were major improvements since 208 to this kind of stuff. Oh, these are practically aligned, so I guess I'll keep them. How much of this will end up being redundant? That's always the question. One of the hardest things to deal with is when you have like code that's duplicated and you have to figure out how to get it to fit with what's already there. And it's like it'd be so much easier if they would just work with us earlier in the process instead of trying to do it, trying to go it alone, because it does result in this kind of, you know, endless tweaking, and someone else has to deal with it, and it takes my time away from being able to advance the state of the art in Marlin generally, because I'm busy working on this kind of stuff. Been programming for over 40 years. So doing this kind of work does feel sometimes a bit beneath me. I would rather be solving real problems rather than just moving spaces around, you know? But in any case, like for all the work that they've done, like the fact that it doesn't support folders is really sad, because there are we have all these methods that are set up to allow you to like interact with the SD card, get the file listings from our built-in code, and use those file listings. And like what are you doing, guys? If you would just ask, I would show you how to do it properly. So please, Creality, please, every other company out there, don't go it alone. Hire somebody who is, in our Discord. Find someone like that. So yeah, I'm going to have to basically go through a lot of this and just well, we'll see where it is. I feel like some of this does feel a little redundant. I think we've seen some of this before. So this gives the impression that yeah, they have a file base built around, of their own, that they're just kind of tweaking without referring back to what's in the latest. Like not doing rebasing, not doing merges, which I can understand. It's like if it works, just use it. Don't mess with it. Okay. So we actually have another thing for this too. Typically we'll do something like, instead of this you say, when's stable point time? We just say, in 30 milliseconds or whatever. And then we say elapsed. And that guarantees it'll do the right thing, the right kind of math to make sure that it is in fact elapsed. I am solving real problems. Yeah, I guess so. It's true. Part of the thing is too, like, my experience in coding makes me patient enough to do this stuff. Whereas without that, I probably would be, struggling to do this kind of menial stuff. So although it is, somewhat menial, it's also the kind of thing that, every experienced programmer can do in their sleep, and to a certain extent. On the other hand, when I'm doing this kind of stuff, I hate it, but I sometimes do, like overlook things, make little glitchy errors because I'm like, oh, I'm so confident I'm just doing easy stuff. And I make a typo and forget it and totally miss it. Don't catch it for like a week. It's never usually that bad, but I've gotten better in that general regard. Okay, what's this for? If that. So yeah, this one's like, there's all kinds of specials in here for bilinear bed leveling. It's like, so therefore this screen option can only be used with that form of bed leveling. Great. But we have ways that you could have your screen set up to use any form of bed leveling. We're working on better APIs in general. I know I have a lot more work to go there. Then we have this one. Kind of thing. what's this mysterious number 1? So this one only does Chinese and English. So again, we have multi-language support and stuff like that, so you could support the Chinese could even add support for Dutch and Finnish and Vietnamese. Without any extra work because we've already done it. How about that? So I guess I should look for some red marks in my code here in case there's more of those missing end-ifs or whatever. I see one, I see one. So what happened here in this little block? Well, it's compiling, so I guess it's probably just the editor getting confused, right? Unless it isn't. All right. There's an extra end-if in there somewhere that I screwed up with. Oh, you know, I remember adding an end-if at one point. That's probably what I did. Not there. Not there. Was it here? That wasn't me, was it? I should probably compare this bit here, this little block inside, what's it called? Inside of each moment update. Probably check this, but well, we'll just do the formatting of each moment update until we see some screw up. Let's see, so that looks good. And then this, oh, that doesn't look so good. So what's going on with that? Okay. Okay. Uh-huh. It's 1, it's 0, it's 0, it's 1. It's a bool. Equals false equals true. All good to me. Right, so where were I? Oh, right. First time we saw that was here. Or was it there? All right, so we have this thing. Delay 30. If start progress plus 1. Okay. It's greater than 80. Then, right. For loop. And a return. So therefore, if it got to here, it would have returned, and therefore you don't need an else. Because it'll always return when it gets to here. But that also has a return. And therefore, this little else clause is redundant. Okay. Okay. What's this? That's probably where I screwed up right there. Messing around with this stuff. So anyway, yeah, that can actually go away though. Because there's no else needed here. So moving on. Well, that's a bit out. Who do you belong to? And who do you belong to? I feel like this was maybe messy to begin with. Oh, we'll find out, I guess. Yeah, I feel like this is still not going to compile, but we'll see. Or maybe it will. Okay. Compiled. Well, that's a good sign, I guess. Heatway. 1 or 0, huh? It's a bull. I don't know what they mean by way. I could sort of see heatway being something completely different. But anyway, it's only exists in one place, I see. Unless, no, it's only in one place. So be it. And generally speaking, we put the easier to test thing first. Also, there is actually a new method which I will be using for this, which is thermal manager temp hot end 0 dot is heating. So, or if the temperature is greater than or equal to the target, then it reached temperature, I guess. Nothing. So there we. Meanwhile, in temperature world, and there is a hysteresis as well. for the chamber. Yeah, that's in the newer one. That's 2.1 stuff. So I'll have to do the merge first. So we should at least see if this build, if once this is built, whether it will run or whether it locks up the printer or what. Wait. Wait has numbers, so we'll call that an int. Oh, I see, it's a char. That's cute. Someday I might use the... Does a bool use less memory? Well, it uses a byte. But, you know, depending on your situation, like if you have a processor that likes things to be aligned, it might be a word. But it's probably a byte most of the time. But it doesn't have to be. It could be whatever they feel like in the compiler implementers. But yeah, I've been thinking of using the short types like U8 and stuff, just so it can, like, later on, if I decide to rewrite some of this in Rust, it'll be easier. So yeah, it's really a little annoying. There's so much of this stuff that's like... Okay. True, it'll put the word echo in front of it. I don't know. Whatever, it's debug. If not received flag, return -1. Well, you kind of don't need an else there, do you? Return -1. Wait, what? Why are you setting it twice? I know if it's like talking to hardware, that can make a difference, but I don't think it is. Memset. Actually, I have a thing called 0 for that. It does that very thing. Oops. 0, if I can remember how to spell it. Way. Okay. Else. Don't like putting else's inside blocks like that, but what are you gonna do? Well, one way to do it is you do this. Yeah, there's so much stuff that's been done. This is silly. Do I have that somewhere in temperature? No. No. Interesting. How is temp hot not this? Looks like he missed something when he was doing his updates. Temp hot is the target if it's not set. Otherwise, it's probably, it could end up being 0, I suppose. I'm not quite sure why he's doing both here. That's interesting, though. I'll have to point that out to them once. I don't know who the coder is. Rock. It's Rock. Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind if the Rust people get on, think that's cool. The one thing, I mean, it's just frankly, Marlin is impossible to rewrite without like basically starting over. So also they're assuming that the runout pin is going to be high, which actually we have to check. We actually have an option to set the state for that, so it could be low. We don't know. So we need to also take account of that. Again, this is another situation where, again, if vendors would work with us, then we could make sure that their code is portable for a variety of things and actually fits the way that Marlin works instead of just being tailored to their particular machine. In which case, you know, they're also kind of shooting themselves in the foot because then they have to go in and find the place in the code where everything needs to be changed to apply to their new machine, whereas if they just had to change one setting in the config, then it would be done. You know, like the only difference is they decided to change some component, then, you know. So again, I just don't, they're just short-sighted, you know. When the tricky part here is that actually M24 will end up being enqueued after. Q1 now, yeah, that way is also not good to use in Q1 now inside of LCD code. There's all kinds of little things, subtle things that they didn't notice here that needed to be dealt with. Right, and then they've gone, you know, again, like things like this should be implemented outside of the LCD code. You know, move it to a feature, you know, add it to the feature, modify it, tweak it, work on the API aspect of it. You know, I just don't like seeing people. It's like this bolt-on. I get it. You know, you can just bolt things into these areas, and you can brute force it into working. You can kind of make it work, but it's not a good approach. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like anything that's calling G code, I mean, unless it's like a button that does a very simple thing, you know, you're doing some procedure or whatever. Oh, look at this one. I know what I'm doing. Vendors can make provide modules. Um, yeah, I mean, you know, the issue is generally speaking, like if you're going to rewrite a firmware for 32, you know, that's only going to support 32-bit boards, then you can go ahead and do that kind of thing. However, if you want to support AVR and continue supporting AVR, then we have to avoid using RAM, basically. So we can't have things that are, we can't have it, say, built in such a way that it, I mean, we can do a modular thing. There's a way to do modular things. Now that you can do like if exists or whatever, if include exists, something like that. Include exists, it's used in the configs. It's like somewhere around here. Yeah, has include. If has include, then do this. And so you could build a modular system kind of like that. If has include, then, you know, include all the things from that module. If it doesn't have include, then there is no module, and maybe there's no folder even. So yeah, there's ways to deal with that. Yeah. Don't know what they're doing here, but we actually have a thing called X-Center. That's this. Value invalid. Is that what they mean? I think that is. I think they've been speaking too much French. I see some stuff got into the motion code here. This is definitely going to have to be essentially removed. I don't know why this is necessarily here. I guess maybe this is probably stuff that is now in the display code that they wanted to move here, but couldn't quite figure it out. Maybe, which I can understand. I see. Yeah, they're kind of a lot of customizations to this. So yeah, I wouldn't want to necessarily publish this as a separate branch, even though it's like the only way to get Ender-5 S1 right now would be to have this extra funky branch of Marlin. I really want to get this incorporated into Marlin in a way that is generalized, and then make it, if there are things that this has that are unique, distinctive, they become new features which apply to that one machine for now. But I mean, there isn't that much to this machine. It's got a leveling probe, it's a Core XY, and it's got a, there's nothing too fancy about it. It just has that fancy screen. So a lot of the stuff that's in here is because of the resistive touch screen, basically, and its interface, and their UI approach. So I'd like to say mea culpa on the not having a good APIs for that are more generalized, but there is no debug at this time. Oh, where do I define it? In various places. Well, yeah, it's all well and good. More modular would take the weight off after the years that it takes to make it more modular. Have you seen the size of our code base and the amount of time it would take to rewrite the entire thing in a modular manner? It's quite insensible at this point. In a sense, like, you could rearrange. Anybody could go ahead and rearrange it in the way that it makes it modular, but it would still basically be following the same patterns. It wouldn't be a big rewrite. It would just be a big, reorg, which we've done before. And then we have to get someone to update the docs, of course, as well. See, I mean, it just keeps adding up. There's no one thing we can do without, tearing apart everything else. I do suggest, like, a complete rewrite from the bottom up would be an interesting approach, but if you're going to do that, you might as well start with rep-wrap firmware and just add all the things that it lacks that Marlin has instead. If you were going to go 32-bit only, as it were. I may leave that out because you never know when there won't be a bed either. This LCD code doesn't consider the fact there might not be a bed. There might not even be a hot end. So soon I'll see what this is actually doing. Anyway, let's do a quick build and let's put it on the machine and see what happens. And then I'll do more of that fun cleaning up stuff. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's all I can do in any given day just to get through, like, pull requests. I don't even get a chance to look at new bug reports that often because I'm just pull requests alone are sitting there. But I do like to get into bug reports because whenever I do, it's like my approach is to try and fix it. A lot of people, they just try to gather more info and then go away. Hope that someone else will try to fix it, but I really am interested in getting these things fixed, so actually, well, right then and there, if I can get it fixed without asking for more info, I will, and if I can't, then fine, I'll ask for more info. But I figure my first effort should be to, like, really try to get it fixed, whatever it is. Right, It's all this stuff's going to have to be tweaked to make it so it can build with no bed, no end stop, no extruder, with a laser maybe. Because you know you want to be able to rip the touchscreen out of this and use it with something else, right? Or you know, turn your Ender-5 into a laser or something, right? I want to do that. I'm certain. Hey Nathan, what's going on? Yeah, no, actually, Crowdy is giving me a monthly stipend. They're a pretty good donor over there on GitHub. So that's a nice. And that was really as part of it's part and parcel of this whole, like, you know, they want to. Did I forget something here? I assume SD support is enabled. How's our build? Oops, what's that? Doing my best to screw things up right now. One of my earlier donors was Aleph Objects as well, and then they went away because, you know, they went out of business temporarily, and then Lulzbot came back, and Lulzbot's donating about half of what Aleph Objects was donating, but it's still significant, and I'm happy to help them anytime anyway, whether or not they were donating, but don't tell them that. Happy to help them because, you know, they're merkin. They're merkin company. Gotta help them out as much as we can. Keep their costs down because things are pricey in America. It's hard to. Let's see. Right. And I think at this point I do actually have this current position .x stuff, so I could do this. Pretty sure that's in there. Oops. And where did I screw up? 2896. They put in too many. Is that not supposed to be there? I feel like it is. Well, I have a feeling I'm going to have to go back and look at the old version of this before I do anything. Oh. Oh, look at all those changes. Of course, it's a mess. So this was their. Oh, wait, no, that wasn't their original, but it's close. But yeah, let's see here. Sure. I'll keep that. Mm-hmm. Oh, right, it did the indent thing. Oh. Maybe I'll turn off that option to align the equals signs. So this is where the things got weird before. Is like, yeah, there was missing. Are there actually missing parentheses or not? You know. So yeah, am I going back over this entirely? I don't really want to. These things take time, but let's just take a look at that parentheses situation and do a build and see what happens. Build. Yeah, see, it's not building even as it is. Out of the box, no build. So we've got to fix that. All right, also got to do that extern lang thing if I didn't already. I went through that with one of their other screens as well, where it had that same situation. Ooh, big old system reset. Well, I think I have a HAL reset for that kind of thing now. HAL reboot, actually. There, now it'll work on more boards. You selfish bastards. Size of... Okay, how's that? Yeah, here we are again. Remember this one? I think we've been here before. So at least we know, we can kind of see what's going on as far as the way it's doing, it's controlling the screen by sending serial data to it. My assumption then is that maybe it can handle folders if we give it the right info. Because yeah, as I said, I don't think they're right about, my contact was wrong about the, oops, yeah. Mm-hmm. Understanding what's going on is kind of my main goal in these things, but I see here, well, this looks to me like leveling stuff. Let's see, Lang, yeah. I think I'll get rid of everything that's got multiple plus spaces in front of an equal sign. Hopefully that neatens things up a little bit. Oh, there's a couple places where it seemed to matter. All right. Oh, right, and equals true. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Give me the smaller of the thing or the Y bed size, please. Actually, Marlin already does that, so I don't know. If you use his blocking move, it does try to constrain it, I think, already. Mm-hmm. How's our build? Oh, 1 equals read. We'll fix that first. And sure. Yeah, these really do belong in front. Just because most of the time touching a pin with a reed is not problematic. But in hardware world, sometimes it can do things to read. It can cause side effects. I don't expect that in this case, but in general, just a good principle to put the thing that takes the less time to evaluate first, and the thing that matters, more first. And then we do this. I don't know. Key. Okay. Surely it's used somewhere in Marlin. Hello? Maybe it's called fill run out 1 pin, something like that. Yeah. Yeah, the Anycubic i3 Mega LCD has a similar problem. Okay, so there it is. Right, so we have to look at runout.h and pull, blah, blah, blah. I guess we just use filament present from here. So yeah, that's what's going to end up happening is we'll use the proper filament runout and we'll use fill runout present eventually. Oh, you did the Mega S. Yeah, its LCD is bad. Yeah, it's easier to, it definitely is pretty easy to go to like graphical displays. I like those anyway. I definitely prefer them. I just find them simpler to deal with. They get the full menu. You know, they don't have funky behaviors and weird touch screens that you have to press just right to get it to notice that you pressed it. Like, they tend to use really cheap, bad displays just because, like, they don't consider that very important, I guess. But sure, it makes it cheaper. Interesting. Code scene. Okay, I don't know why they're doing that. Got a little G-code interpretation going on here. I don't know what code scene is about. Oh, that's for Anycubic anyway. I shouldn't be messing with that right now. So yeah, I wanted to use run out filament present. Where is it used? Apparently not anywhere in the code. Block completed. Well, it's being handled. Generally speaking, it's handled by, you know. And then the idea is that once the run out happens, it's handled by Marlin and it informs the LCD to update itself and stuff. So if you see like runout.run, it's just handled here. So the fact that it's being, you know, relocated here is annoying. And then this kind of stuff, like we already have all of this stuff already managed, you know. So much of it is already managed. It's like, you know, it's one thing that I could just rip out a lot of this code. At some point, I'll be able to just rip out a bunch and replace it with like one line. As long as I have the callback to this work, you know, doing what it's supposed to do. So like if this screen is like, you know, it's kind of blind in that sense, I guess. It does want to, like, as soon as you press a button, it wants to go into filament runout mode and then like change the display, whereas it might have to wait for Marlin to get the command from the display, and then it might take a second to update it, in which case you might press another button. So, you know, it does need to do some things probably in response to stuff like that, but assistant level. What? My shift key is too sensitive. All right, let's see. Equals. Alrighty. Let's see how much we've cleaned. Yeah, it keeps. What I generally do is I'll just, the things that look innocuous, I'll just keep that. Sure, keep. Oh, equals true. We'll come back to that. Oh, what's this? Not keeping that. Wait a minute, what was that? Okay. Where were I? Okay, just make sure nothing got messed up here. Okay, keep. Keep. Oh, there's levying. Levying flag. We'll get to that. Those got added in compared to what I just had. I wonder how those got lost before. I might have removed them or something. I'm not sure. All right. Make sure my cherry picks stay. That's the main thing. Okay. Right. We don't want to go back to those. See, everything in here looks to be good. Except for this one little bit. It's almost like I want to get rid of certain things, so let's mark everything as keeper for this particular thing. But I don't want to keep that or that or that or that or that. I don't want to keep that or that or that, and I don't want to keep that or that or that. or that, or that, or that. Well, maybe this. Yeah, it's a little roundabout way to do that. So let's deal with the voids. Void. Okay. Sure, I guess. Or actually, not quite. 4, and then that, and then right. So yeah, I see some red marks, but of course I didn't do those. I didn't do that. Let's see if it builds at this point. Probably not. I mean, again, I did bring over the clean version, so any bugs that are showing up now are not my fault, I swear. Keep heatway. I guess that was the thing I had to add. Right. Right, and I did this kind of thing too. Ooh, we're gonna have fun with the filament sensor stuff at some point. That's one of the things that always gets overlooked. The MKS has the same issue. They're like, we'll make our own. We'll even have the sensor connected to the display. Why? I mean, I get why in a way. Maybe it's more convenient, but still. So this is that weird, what's going on here kind of thing. Weight equals 0. Oh, already been described as a weight. Right. Don't let me forget that one. Well, at least it builds. Defined but not used. That's an interesting one. Well, it's building anyway. That's a good start. Okay, it's recognizing that those are good, but yeah, you see this this here. What's up with that? It's an if enabled, and then suddenly like everything that follows is now eliminated by this. Like what is going on? Should there not be an end if right here? Also, of course it's going to be enabled, so you don't need that. And you know, maybe that's in some sense related, but you know, what if I take that line out? Is it going to screw things up completely? I see, everything between here and there was part of that, huh? Well, that's just strange. So that's line 2905. Oh no. Everything between here and 2905? I don't think so. That doesn't make any sense. I guess what does make sense is like this doesn't do anything, and therefore that one also doesn't do anything. Let's see if it builds. It should build. Very strange. Peculiar. Nope, sure enough. It doesn't like bed nozzle cal something. It needs a semicolon. Oh, right, of course. Okay, so yeah, those lines were redundant. That was just a big old typo that they never noticed. And it's a terrible one too, like it really would screw things up if, you know, anyway. Okay. Well, good. That was all I mainly needed to see. I wasn't sure what that was about. That's good. Let's take a look at our indentation situation. All right. Really? Is that what that means? Right. See, you don't need that. And 282. Got my debug out in here. Is that in there? I think it is. Keep that, keep that. Sure, keep this. Clean that up. Card pull monitoring. I like it. 0. Keep that. Please. Right. File total page. Can't hurt to watchdog refresh. Although I don't know if I do. Is it Hell watchdog refresh that we call now? I guess we do. You can also call idle there, but probably safer. Okay. All right, continuing. Oops. Notice that copying from GitHub Desktop lately hasn't been copying the return characters. I don't know why. Another bug. All right, and then we have no indef at the end of this. We have that. We have all our structs in a row. Scan, scan. Scanning, scanning. What do we got? Looking cleaner. Cool, I like it. Little things that I will keep. Let's see. Yeah, I'll keep that. And yeah, I'll keep that. Okay, yeah, keep that too. Alrighty, those are good. That's all set. That's set. Sure, keep that. I think I can do that. Yeah, keep that. And that. And that. That. Probably a way I can do that. Wait for heat up equals wait for user equals false. I think I have a call for that. And I'll keep that and that and that. Let's see. Remove recovery file. Right. Right. Aha, another keeper. I found one. Most of these things I want to get rid of, but well, a lot of them. That all looks fine to me. If do that, break. Otherwise, if. Yep, that's fine. And this I do want to keep. Although I don't know about this line. Definitely that one. All right. Sorry about the tedium, but such is life. Let's see. Tedium. That's fine. Oops, there's that power off type stuff. We're not gonna keep that. Not gonna keep that. I am gonna keep that. I think there's really nothing I need to massage. Everything, well, there may be one more thing that I need to massage, but that's fine. Right, and here we left out the else because it's not needed. And I may have to do something and look at the changes without spaces just to be sure. But I need to look at this one a little bit and see if it's okay. There's that firmware thing. Okay, keep that. New, yes. $3,000 lines, that's nothing. Ah. Right, I got that all set. That's set. That is set. As is that. Go back over the Cali one maybe. Let's put that. And let's keep that. And we'll keep that. Last, we'll see. I know which ones I don't want to keep. So what I should do is like mark everything for keepage. Well, let's do this too. Yeah, that's not relevant. So mark everything for keepage except for the things I want to get rid of, which would be like, yeah, I don't want to keep those. I don't want that. Or that, or that, or that. Unkeepers. Where were we? Oh, yes. I want to keep everything except for that, and that, and that. Oh, I think it's funny that GitHub Desktop doesn't quite follow the mouse when you do this, when you drag the scroll. What is up with that? Yes, okay, good. Pretty sure that's all set. Oh, right, we moved heat way down, didn't we? All right, good. Hey, what's with this inserted thing here? I think I do want to keep that. I'll go back and re-clean up this little region and just make sure. Yeah, this one's a bit on the weird side. So it was saying if temp is greater, then set it to temp, otherwise set it to 200. But it also had already done it. I see it's setting it to the target, which is interesting. It's setting it to itself, basically. Okay, that's strange, but okay. Sure, do that. All right, this is, a bit on the annoying side, I know. So let's do this bit here. Let's keep those, keep. Also, let's merge them all together. And here we have review code. Right, config. Meant to do this earlier. New board. So yeah, we'll soon see whether this is, I'll open it up maybe and look at the board. Somebody may be able to tell me what the board is in this machine. Machine. What is the board in this machine? Okay. So you can see it's not the most quick and dirty thing to get a new board in there, or even to bring over a fork of Marlin and just bring over the changes. It can be a real hassle. Like the BL24CXX, we already have support for that, so I don't know why this has been added here, unless it's something I added after 208, maybe? I may want to consider the addition of the thermistors to be more like a part of the board support. Okay, not going to look too closely at that, but we see that we got our config changes, we got our additions, there's more board stuff. Oops. Really? Oops. Well, once we get things merged in, we'll be there. So let's finish cleaning this up. So I do want to keep that. Maybe I want to keep the other stuff. I mean, I probably do. Let's check the indentation. Let's see, yeah, it looks like I don't want to keep this. I also want to make sure nothing weird happened as far as like sometimes lines will get interposed, swapped when you merge them out of in the right way. Look at this one. Compare. Right. Okay, let's go to this one. So first things first, yeah. Now it's a little more readable. Block. Okay. Anything here I want to keep? I do want to keep that. I do want to keep that one thing. The rest, no. What's all this? Interesting. Okay. Whatever you say. That's a little weird. That's got a parenthesis around it, but then where's the closing one? There? That's not good. Makes me think this needs to be removed, and this needs to be there. Although, where is the closing one for that? That's annoying. Again, it's another one of those things. It's like, yes, it does compile, and they're happy to have it compile, but they haven't bothered to clean it up. Like, guys, come on, take the time. Take the extra time. And again, you know, take advantage of your connection to the project itself. What we have here is a bit of a mess. So let's see. Things I don't want to keep. No, 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 no. Those are already set. That's all set. That's all set. That's all set. So is that and that. These, not so much. We need to figure them out. That's fine. That's fine. Sure, do keep that. Interesting. So, clearly something got a little bit screwy here, so we'll just fix that up. 2851, huh? Yeah, my guess is it just got a little discombobulated, lost track of what was what. So, or, I don't know, I had it figured out at one point and now I don't. Something like that. Yes? What do you think? Does that look correct? Well, what's up with that? And we are still using the canonical stuff from Creality as our main reference here. Okay, 2857. That doesn't seem to be needed. Instead, okay, that's fine. That's fine. And that's fine. Oh, so close. I guess I should check and see if it builds with all the parentheses where they are and other things. And close. Well, we're getting those warnings, but we always get those. Note, in definition of PGM space, leveling restore state unused. Right. I guess it would have leveling, wouldn't it? And what else? Oops. Where is this? Yeah, it really wants a string there. Can't print floats with Arduino without adding a big pile of extra library code. Okay. Fun. What's our time? Oh, it's nearly 2? Well, I should probably beg off at this point. This is long. This is turning out to be a long stream, and it's not really amounting to like hugely entertaining. Let's see. Graphical D-Win, yeah, I like those. Again, you want yourself JSON. You like JSON for configuration? I don't know. Not very human friendly. Even C++ header files are nicer than JSON. INI files are fine, but you know, if you want a nice INI file, you got to have good documentation in there as well. And you know, Marlin has an INI option now. Not in this particular version 208, but 2.1. And what is this? I have to look at this. It's got an if, but nothing else, so what's up with that? Mapra. So we're almost done with the LCD code. We just need to check this indentation. Oh, and also, I guess I can do that. Oh, look. One of these got removed, and that's it. So that was the main change from the canonical comparison, was that this one closing thing got removed. So yeah, I think that's pretty good. So I think that means that everything is spaced correctly as long as it builds. I won't complain too much. We'll see what happens when I run the screen. And again, I hope I don't have to run into too much, do too much finagling after this. All right, so. Well, I guess I could stash these while I fix my thing. That was, I just basically want to move this pins file over to the board support. Or do I? Yeah, basically, the thermistor itself doesn't matter, but the board pins file does. So, one way to do it would be to remove it temporarily and then add it again. But you can't. Let's not do that. $194. I wonder what this is. Reset Wi-Fi. Oh, watch out for those. So I guess before I turn off everything and end my stream, which I will first just make sure that it runs on the printer. I won't print anything. I'll just, look at the screen, see if it homes, do stuff like that. And then we'll call it a night. We'll get back into this tomorrow. Okay. Not sure what M930 does, but it's probably called from somewhere, right? Just on-off status, huh? Oh, there's 3 codes associated with that. That's cool. So yeah, the one thing I would do is we'll fix that up. We'll get these here. I believe that is inside of the G-code/Wi-Fi. Cool. Oh, maybe it's already filtered. It is. Cool. It's not being filtered out, however. So that's the next thing to do. Oh wait, no, that's the default filter, yeah. Source G-code Wi-Fi. So yeah, the first, it should actually be minus here. That's the problem. There's your problem. And we'll just group it down here with the other G-code. And what were the 3 codes? M930, M194, and M936, right? But anyway, so yeah, the way this works is you go to Feature, INI, and you find, I don't know, some G-code feature somewhere. Let's see. Oh, actually, we have a whole section of Wi-Fi stuff, so let's just put it in that general area. Yeah, so here we have that. So, G-code motion probe. Yeah, we'll put it here. There. Oop. M194 is a host thing. Okay, never mind. Maybe I should stick it in the Wi-Fi. No. Sheesh. Actually, OK should already be coming out, but okay. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to be such, but I guess I'll put this up and then I'll tell, crowd to have a look at it. Check out this video I made where I completely whine and bitch about your work. You've done a great job, but... And then you have the Wi-Fi enable flag, which is extern. All well and good, although it should be included from wherever it happens to be. And what is this RTS available? Oh, right, RTS available, which I do want to rename. What? That's wrong. We need to move some things, so that'll be part of that as well. They didn't quite put it in the right spot. Unless they did. No, they didn't. It's got to go into a new folder called, I don't know. We do actually have a space for touch buttons. We have TFT-IO stuff, which includes the, is that the one? There's one that has an library. It's called X something. Excuse me. Anyway. Yeah, if this is actually a completely serial, I mean, I haven't really looked too closely, but I believe it is entirely serial. It actually belongs under EXTUI. And then it would be implemented as an EXTUI display. I don't know that we have any Creality's versions of EXTUI displays yet. Apparently not. But other vendors have caught on and understand that EXTUI is the proper way to do things for serial displays. And then you create an API for it, like basically, it's a pass-through. And then Marlin gives it all the, then there's a nice, interface there, and it gets all the right data at the right time. And you don't have to do any like special customizations for it in Marlin itself. It just, unless you want to add new events. And then, basically you add those for everybody. And then, then all the rest of the displays just don't handle them. But yours does. So that's what makes you special. But then it becomes available for others if they decide to implement it. Or if I decide to implement it or something. So, is it a DWin display? Yes, technically, but that's not really what these are for. But we'll see if it's a DWin / RTS or whatever. I mean, I know it's DWin-ish, so yeah. I guess that's config too. Technically, I? Yeah. Okay, fine. Okay. So yeah, it wouldn't have been too tricky to bring it up to date with like up to the last version of 2.0. I forget what the last version was. Was it 208 or 209? I think it probably was 209. Because I get to that point and I'm like, 2010? Never. It alphabetizes badly. I don't want to use it. What's this? Okay. Yeah. Right, so. Where were we? All right, so that looks fine to me. But obviously, you know, not. Or maybe it is. Let's see. Well, I guess I'll merge them in a certain way. We'll say, for example, I guess that can be left out. Oh, plus that int. Int grid? Oops, I better search and make sure I didn't make more of those. Yeah, I did. Good job. Okay, what's going on here? If, else if, that's peculiar. It's like it's doing 3 1/3 and then undoing. I don't know what's going on with this. I really need to understand what they're trying to do there. Like it's the number they set was 4 millimeters, right? So that's 4 times the axis steps per millimeter, which means it's no longer, oh wait, no, it's mm, right, times that, and then it becomes steps, and so then they add the steps. Okay, so in this case, instead, we say, okay, here's your distance. If it's less than 0, fine. And it's 1, 2, or 3 when we take the remainder. Then go ahead. Otherwise, if we take the remainder, go ahead. I don't know exactly what they're doing here. That's strange. I think if it's something to work around an issue in baby stepping, then I could work it out. But also, it's sending over serial something somewhere, and I'm not sure who that's for the benefit of, right there. So yeah. Meanwhile, what else did they do? Gravity RTS stuff, right? Yes, comma can be used in C and C++ in between commands. Not usually, but it can be. So I don't know, sleep was already there, so I think we could probably do this and just leave it. But maybe they have it set up so that it doesn't do it when you have a non-touch screen. Do an idle, not sleeping. I mean, it's only a one call to idle, so I don't think it's a big deal. Don't remember why that's set to true there. Again, a lot of things have been fixed since 208, so it's like things they might be working around that have already been fixed would, be good to look for those. Right, so we don't need that. Don't keep that. Obviously, don't need that either. Unless that's something the screen is expecting. I don't know. Okay. And again, what's this? Right. So I'm going to set a flag here. Now, why in that way? I don't know. I suppose that's maybe one of the more convenient ways to do it. Let's see what they say about this bug. Oh, maybe it's part of M808 or something. I don't know. Dealing with that kind of issue. That's possible, I suppose. What? Yeah, a lot of stuff going on here. Interesting. Ooh, yeah, I'm actually kind of fading myself. I had a good pile of coffee after, I got up at 4 p.m. or whatever, and been properly caffeinated, so I should be good. Addition. Mm-hmm. I think that would be from wherever that's defined, right? Oh, where is it defined? Boy, there's a lot going on in this edition, I gotta say. Uh-huh. Right. It's funny. It's got a very weird way of doing its thing. Yeah, I think we dealt with that already with Simplify 3D. I'm not entirely sure. But I didn't realize Simplify 3D could act as a host. I guess that makes sense. That it would. Oh, pardon me. J++. Again, they put it in parentheses, which is like, what do you mean? Do you mean to say ++J or J++? I want to find out. Let's do this. C++ is post increment in parentheses the same as pre-increment. Why does parentheses don't change that? Good. Okay. Good. So yeah, it's not a prefix, a pre-increment. It's just the value before it was evaluated. So I do like to be more clear about the fact that they're doing nothing. A while with nothing, with no block, always annoys me a little bit. It's like, yeah, maybe. Yeah, so we're going to see a lot of this powered off continue stuff strewn everywhere. Good old M72, open a file relative to the root directory. This is new. So yeah, we can definitely do a call for that. Set that up so we have a nice call for it. Yeah, so these things are done a lot. We'll make them into utility routines or whatever. Somewhere around here. And yeah, it would be nice to have this implemented as a proper EXTUI display. That's why we made it. I mean, that's why actually originally contributed by Marcio from Aleph Objects. Yeah, look at all this RTS stuff. Their own codes, M75, 76, 77, 78, and 79. Cloud print statistics. Cloud values. So yeah, there's some Wi-Fi fun going on here, which actually may not even be pertinent. Well, I guess it is, because it's part of the resistive touchscreen, but I don't have the Wi-Fi module enabled, so it's like, okay. Cloud print. So yeah, there's a cloud print. That's neat. Okay. Okie dokie. A lot going on. Mm-hmm. Oh wait, maybe this is not necessarily defined as part of RTS. Oh, it's defined as part of dwin. That's weird. Okay, so maybe it is kind of connected to the dwin stuff then. Well, at least for them it is. This is probably an added element. All right, well, in that case, so that's kind of interesting. I mean, we still have this RTS stuff going on, like all of this RTS stuff. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is where all this would be moved to EXTUI, like it would be part of the LCD code, not stuck in the middle of a G code that doesn't care about displays. You know, you shouldn't have to care about a display here. All you want to do is like send off a message that says, hey, if there's a display, here's some info for you. And let the display handle it generically, you know? So as far as M79 goes, well, we'll have to make it a special feature because it is cloud stuff. And it's all connected to Creality RTS, like so much of it is. But what are you gonna do? And you'll have to document it a little bit. Like, what do these values mean? S, is that like send? Yeah, it sends the Wi-Fi status, maybe? I'm not sure. I'll have to look at it. Maybe there's something that calls it. Sure, here you go. Lots of things call it. Okay. Yeah, so the Marlin being a big old loop, it does make it kind of, tricky to do certain things, so okay, not going to mess with those. What's our time? 2:30. Yeah, I hear neighbors up and about. Hope it's not gonna be. It's not on account of me, man. So yeah, all this extra G29 stuff, gonna have to sort it out. This show count thing, what is that? To sort that out. Also, it's already being set to 0 here, so why Why do that? Is it a static? Nope, it's sure not. But maybe it should be because ABL is actually interruptible, or I should say, it can be done, you know, in stages, steps. So I think that's kind of how I want to work it out. Should be interesting. Fortunately, I do have the old firmware bin, I hope, I assume. Although it's a slightly newer old bin. Yeah, there's just so many changes here. This is very ridiculous. And again, I really do wish they'd come to me for guidance on these things, on some of these changes. I do have someone on Discord who says they can do Chinese translation pretty well, certainly better than me. So yeah, this kind of thing where it's got the temp window, that's going to happen that's already been updated in the latest firmware, so I'm not going to belabor trying to make this perfect for 208 per se. Like once I get this all sorted out, I'm going to try to merge it. Oof, all the Creality RTS stuff, right? M2900. Huh. All right, let's see here. They could also try the integrated baby stepping if they didn't quite like this. But again, if they're saying 4, so this indicates to me they're doing like, you know, like, yeah, you got to subtract 1 as you're going down, I guess. Oh, I see. It's just a quickie check. It's like, okay, if your distance was less than 0, then we want to subtract 1 from it. If it was also not evenly divisible by 4. Why? Like this to me looks like it's just handling a rounding error. Like shouldn't you do something like, you know, seal or something here? I'm not sure what they're after. You don't use %D with echo line like that. Or echo. You don't use %D with the echoes like that, guys. it just puts it right after. And again, it's just receiving a number. So yeah, I don't know. Not sure what these are about. But we'll find out, I guess. What? Did I mess this up? That looks strange. Like, if wait, then return. Wait for hot end. Well, that's never going to be true. At that point, that's never going to be true. So why would you? What's the point of this? Yeah, it's like we already have it. Wait for hot end. So I don't think this matters. And also, if wait for heat up gets set to false, then it comes back and says okay, and then it'll already be false. So I believe it's already possible to interrupt it. I don't think you guys need that. Let's see. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of this kind of stuff now too. Destination is hardly ever going to be exactly equal to the current position. That's one of the, well, it could be that, with floats, how the floats are. Could be very close. So usually what you say is something like, near. But then you have to use like a check X, Y, and Z. And then if there are more things, you have to check all those too. Interesting. So yeah, I want to know what those are going to be for. Let's see. Right, all that kind of stuff. And then they remove that stuff and that. So yeah, these are customizations, not necessarily fixes. And again, some things may be fixed already. When does a recovery flag come into play? I see E3, look at DWIN. E3v2 DWIN has something called that. Okay. It's not clear what it is. If, I see. That means maybe it's in the middle of doing recovery, I guess. It equals true at the point when well, now hold on, it's creating a static here. So that one doesn't count. But it wouldn't anyway, it's E3V2. So let's ignore that one. Okay. And power off continue already equals true. No point in making it true again. Okay. Okay, we'll come back to all that kind of stuff. It's interesting. Thing is that the well, I guess it's outside of the info structure. Or is it? No, that's actually going to get saved. Like, why would you put it in the info then? It could just be part of power loss recovery itself. I don't think we have to put a label on it that just has the same text with no underscore. Hey, this is the recovery flag, guys. Oh, really? Is it? What does it do? All right, continuing. Okay, when does it equal true? It gets set to power off continue, so it looks like it's possible maybe it does want to get saved with the info. Let's see, power loss. At this point, this is the save part. Sure. I'm just like, well, don't even write it if it's not. I mean, like if you turn off power loss recovery, got to remember to clear that file, but I think we do at that point. So I don't think it's actually necessary to save it with the file. Yeah, it's going to be a lot to sort out the meanings of some of these things. Also, where does it exist? It's defined as part of gcode.cpp. Yeah, let's put it in lcdrts.h, I think. Yeah, I can see a lot of this being consolidated for sure. I get my trackpad right under where I'm typing. Stop that. I'm mostly using my mouse anyway. As much as I love trackpads for laptops, they're not always the most fun things to use on the desktop, but for scrolling, they do tend to be better. Well, the wheel's fine usually, but I don't know. I get a kick out of the two-finger scrolling. J++ is less than cloud nameland. I see. You should probably do this anyway, you know, if you have to make it, got a macro for that. Yeah, not too worried about the performance of M72. Generally speaking, you know, if you can get rid of an if statement, condition, and you know it's not going to be a big old bottleneck, then go for it. Let that code run every time, whatever, it'll be fine. So I think I may have to do like a sanitize. I'm pretty sure I have something like this. Although you'll notice that it's just going through and like zeroing out all the spaces. Starting with like all of them. So, what? That's kind of strange. Well, we'll see what that recovery flag is about. Eventually. Right, correct Z values. Boy, there's so much fun stuff to be had here. Keep that. Sure. Just allow all these additions to exist right now. And we will be cleaning for days after this. Should be fun. Yeah. Well, you know, Crowley, if you really want to make it hard for us to incorporate your stuff into Marlin, you're doing the right thing. If that's your strategy, congratulations. You've outsmarted the Westerner. But, you know, we Caucasians, we're just barbarians anyway, right? Or is that the Japanese? I can never remember what the funky prejudices against white people are in the rest of the world, because, you know, I don't generally face them. I have my fabulous privilege keeping me insulated from reality. You'll notice it's kind of an epidemic of insulation these days. Printer go brrr. What did you miss? Oh, not much happened yet. Haven't started to print or anything. Then there's this M2900 thing which is what? Print grid. Interesting, it's printing some Chinese for us too. And we can do this translation stuff. Algorithm. Okay. Do you need that to be? Yeah, it's just there. What are we doing? It looks to me like nothing here is meaningful. Wherever this is being tested, it's being done somewhere else. All right, cleanup time. More cleanup, sorry. Endless cleanup today. So that's an addition, actually. M220 is not an addition. Okay, why would you do that? If you see R, then it reverts it back to what it just was. So yeah, it does restore it, but it does it right away. So it's like it just negates B. Maybe what you meant was to do this. Restore what was in the backup before you back up what was in the feed rate, but, or wait, you can't. So you have to do like, you have to do a temporary, you know, old feed rate percent equals feed rate percent. So there you go. You want to restore from the backup while at the same time backing up what's current. That will actually do it. And then you want to set a new one. What? Set the feed rate percentage factor to a new one. After restoring. That's just weird. Okay. Well, it's not new, but it's being modified. I don't ever use M220 for anything. Anyone? Anyone? That's certainly not needed. Cut that out. Now, did we already do that somewhere? Power lost, CPP. I think it's like, yeah, just purge, right? What does init do? Yeah, it clears the data too. Yeah. Can't hurt. And there may be other places where that happens, but that's cool. All right, M1000, of course, was our, oh, there's a print job elapsed info. I'm surprised we didn't store that before. Good to know. Is that something that was added? I don't know, it was already there. Weird, I guess it just somehow forgot to get added prior to this. Oh wait, well yeah, with M1000, it's adding duration plus, oh, okay, that's interesting. And M2900. What does it do? Let's see. Print by linear leveling grid. ABL.H. So it does need ABL.H. And it looks like that's it. Oh, and it might need this, which I think also comes from ABL.H. I don't think it needs anything else. Neighbors are getting loud. Cool. That makes me feel better. Maybe it's my fault. I've been mumbling. Probably keeps them up. If their bedroom is right there, I'm in trouble. Feature bed level ABL. Yep, sure enough. I don't think any of this stuff is even needed, but we'll keep the RTS thing just in case. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything special here, so Let's keep it this way. Okay. I really don't know what this was supposed to be about. Algorithm. I'm sure the word algorithm must have a better Chinese, or the whatever the Chinese word was, probably has a better translation than algorithm. So where is this located? Bed level ABL. Okay. M2900. Okay. Sure. Okay. Given that this is a very rare thing, I would like to remove. Well, it's gonna be out. Damn it! It's gonna be one of those things that gets compiled too often, which I don't like. If I can help it, but we'll work it out. In the meantime, and references to M224. There is such a thing. It plans to be an LED thing, LED on. Okay. That's cute. It may be that this was just simply disabled for this particular display, this particular machine, whereas it is on something else that Creality has. And this is like in the fan section here, so it really doesn't belong here, you know. This would be more like G-code slash, I don't know, where do we put that stuff? LCD slash stuff. So yeah, we'll strip this out eventually. And I'm sure I have codes for these things, although they're not. I don't know which codes we use. I think it's M1 something, 150, I think, for LEDs. Yeah, set the LED color for the status LED, which, you know, if you have one of those, it's not necessarily the background of your LCD or controller or whatever. Has Creality Wi-Fi, it's defined here. boy, won't this be fun when I go to merge it too with like the latest Marlin. Be even more fun. Oh, look at this. Oops. What was it? No, D1 Creality LCD. Now you may wonder, why doesn't UI update just call these things? Well, it probably does in the latest version of Marlin. So for now, we'll just do this. Probe activation switch. Actually, we do have that also. There's a we have that also. So okay. What a mess. All right, then there's RTS checks and data, of course. And I'm telling you, all this RTS check stuff. CHK check. I don't know why it's called RTS check. It's clearly like a, you know, touchscreen thing that sends data. But why check? Yeah, I mean, I don't blame folks for liking braces and certain elements of style. I've aimed to be non-pedantic, as it were, in this code base, but it may help in later iterations to get real super formal. Probably if I was to start a brand new code base, it would be, I don't know, I wouldn't put braces on their own lines. I don't think that'll ever happen. And Mm-hmm. Fan. Not sure why it wants to do that. Up there's our SCNT. See, that's being used. If wait for heat up equals false, and then end up returning true. That's cool, it's doing the right things here. And again, reset status. These are not necessarily tied to reset status, so. Boy. Okay, that's obviously not needed. Right. Only release if it's not printing or paused. I definitely want to put this someplace other than G-code, but I'll work it out later. Wait, there it is. Yeah, the less that these things need to know, the better. It's not actually touched in this file, and therefore these are actually useless here. Let's build again. Let's see if it builds. See how many things I broke. Aha! I broke an include. One, two, three. To source. One, two, three, right? Yeah. Oh, ABL/ABL.h. I knew that. Ah, I messed up my recovery flag. Let's see. Well, of course, I need to find it. Okay. Z values. Extern mesh bed mesh T Z values. Where's that from? ABL.H? What? Ah, okay. Maybe. Where is it? It is part of a ABL.H. And it's in bedlevel.H that it defines it. Ah. Oops. There, that should at least take care of that. Or some of that. Some of that. Sounds like they're having a debate over there. All right, bool, print job recovery, recovery flag. Previous declaration as int. Of course it's a bool. Okay, ABL points. Not defined there. Linear 3-point. Oh, it's G29 state. Colon. ABL points. That's what that is. Getting there, getting there. Okay, there's our recovery purge thing in M80. Of course, gotta do the include, that's important. Right. Feature, yep. And then what? This should eliminate like 5 fake errors. I'd really love it if it only showed me the one error sometimes. Oops, what's that? Oh, is that an M81? Maybe. Oops. Yeah. Okay, almost done. M23 has a problem. What did I do? Yeah, M23, what's up? There you are. Okay. Oh, runout.h. Line 7 to match the opening brace. This is for power off continue, right? Oh, nope. Wait. There we go. I think that's it. Interesting. I mean, what is this? All this kind of stuff. Like you can clearly see, like if you were a coder, if you're an experienced coder and you come to this code base and you find yourself adding code in these places to do these things, you need to stop and ask questions. Why am I doing this? Why? And then see if there's a better way. See if some facility already exists to do these kinds of things. Okay. And it's interesting is that it, again, it's doing this string copy thing. It should just be string copy with the text by length as being the limit. And then set a 0 always at the last byte. It's simpler. It's simplified. I've already done this once, but let's do it again. Where did I do that before? M72. And then look, it's doing the string copy thing. Pardon me while I sneeze. It's funny you should mention the Creality firmware thing going on. I am on Discord, but I haven't been monitoring it. The thing is, I don't know if I have to be on that channel or what. So anyhow, right, so just clearing out those. Okay, sure. So it's looking for the I see what it's doing there. It's looking for all that stuff, and then J will be incremented afterwards. Well, so be it. My feeling on it is like you should use string copy with maximum len. Key. I guess that's just a limit. For the cloud file name. Well, it's convoluted either way. Right. Print job timer will start on its own as part of starting the print. It should. I don't see why you want to do that. It does also, mark the print as being active, so maybe that's a good a reason for doing it that way. Yeah, M936, that's an addition. And M72, not quite, but kinda. BLC 24XX. I know we already handled this, so I don't look forward to don't include libmaple GPIO. Well, yeah, you wouldn't necessarily want to include libmaple. Looks like it maybe not needed, so I should probably get rid of it in general. But I don't know, if we build with maple, it might need it. I think I'll have to look for it. Maybe there's a flag for that. Right. It's more of this kind of like, so annoying. Key. And not cards printing. And not card is paused. Guard that is printing, huh? Just returns the flag. Okay. Well and good. Yeah. Home flag. Mm-hmm. Doesn't like to manage the media while you're doing homing and stuff, I guess, huh? I guess I could see some things being bad, like while you're homing, like maybe if the auto 0.g got processed somehow. But it shouldn't be, only during boot up, right? Wi-Fi has resetted. We'll go with Wi-Fi is reset. For the time being. Generally speaking, we don't just use bare strings if we can avoid it. Make it a protocol, especially if it's part of a protocol. And also, maybe it'll be, if you need to read it on the screen, then you want to use translated string stuff. And that's actually a whole different API, or a slightly different one. So what are we looking at? 1300. A little ways down here. Right. Right, LCD serial. Begin LCD baud rate. So that should get handled in the UI init somewhere, I would think. We can look at that. So there's one place where it happens. Yeah, dwin LCD it handles its own. So yeah, each of these does, and they're all EXTUI displays except for this one. This dwin LCD thing. So my question is this actually used? Maybe. No, I guess not. It's not a D. Oh, right, maybe it is. Is it? Do I know what I'm doing? No, it's not. It's the stock display plus RTS, which is weird, which is just weird. It's not a stock display, for one thing. So, as far as I mean, it doesn't have, it has a connector, but it's not like, it's got to be a serial connection. So, where's it getting that stock display stuff from? That's what I want to know. Mm-hmm. It's basically just supposed to say, here's your abort G code, but in this case, it then also reports the current position. That makes sense, actually. And then it sends the data for these. Times 10, which is interesting. Yeah, I'd like to set it up so you could send these multiple in one line. But yeah, okay. SD abort also happens in finish. That shouldn't. It shouldn't. It's only for abort, not for finish. I think there may be a, well, it's not defined anywhere, is it? There it is. And so there maybe should be an event G code SD completed, you know, that kind of thing. F3000. Fini. Oh, no, I'm talking to the general world because I need to explain what I'm doing sometimes, or maybe I don't. This is a long ass one, though. My hours have been such that I'm getting up at, I'm basically crashing at like 6 a.m. these days. It's funny. Since I've been off Twitter and blocking it, I've been getting way more notifications in my email from Twitter, like begging me to like pay attention to them. It's a cry for attention. A billionaire cry for attention. It's so funny. Man, what happened in loop? Stuff. Q avance. Why do you want to put a note on there? Let's see what they say. Huh? Okay. This SD card status, SD printing auto pause crap. It's too much. It's too much. Uh-huh. That's funny. No, that's not what you do. If you want it on, it's like it's a user option. You build it that way. Um, and no, you don't want auto leveling on right at power on. No, you never want that. That makes no sense. I say no, and also you can't just do that inside of a setup, guys. That's not cool. There's places for that. Hard fault handler. That I like. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of things I like about this overall. Like I've seen much worse. So I don't mean to be too hard on these guys. Ooh, Yanni. I see. It's CR. Yeah, that's what they. That's what all the files say too. Like they have that big old number on them. So I was wondering. That's a strange number, but why not? Um, you can't paste into Discord, huh? That's too bad. I think we have general permissions do allow people to drop images, I think. Why all these funky flags in weird places? I think we just got to consolidate them. Like, where is it actually defined? M115? But where is it actually used and what does it pertain to? Again, it looks like it's part of lcdrts.h. So yeah, things like this have to be moved. And here's some fun validate homing move stuff, changes. Yep. And there we have these. So that's it, just a few tweaky extras here. Okay. Weird. Oh yeah, I guess that makes sense. Gotta handle that somehow. Good. Well, there's a few things that aren't changed too much. Settings.h in the flash drive. Okay. Right. USB host serial. Okay. But yeah, it's not my serial one. Yeah, there it is. So it's being defined. So I should restore that back to 1. Because this is now defined in the config somewhere. Yeah. I guess. Still reviewing, still reviewing. So yeah, this is an addition. That's an addition. Yeah, slowly but surely, just kind of consolidating this down to the minimum so that I can bring it up to 212. I mean, I do want to test input shaping on this, so it's kind of, I mean, yeah, I could test it with the previous firmware, but config board support does include INI. Okay. Yep. Oops. Wait a minute. Huh? Where does that go? Doesn't exist there. Ah. What are you telling me? Pins doesn't exist? What does that mean? Of course it exists. Oh, what? The pins is an addition. Okay, okay, fine. Fine, call it an addition. I call it something else. Oops, don't do that. Right, like these are all actually part of the thing. So if I move baby step here, it's not an addition, it's a mod. Let's do this. Undo commit, stash. Now we have this. Now we undo this commit. We'll add that for the board support, and that one, and that one. How about that? Board. And then these are the additions, I guess. Except for tweaks. Yeah. Board. So I think that works. Okay, we're good. It's always a tricky one. All right. Well, I didn't quite finish my stuff, but that's the thing, is these things take time, don't they? They always take more time than you think they will. Oops, don't forget to unstash. Right, so a lot of changes, a lot of changes. I was going to review them and basically split them up into commits by what they do, what they pertain to, and then I was going to look at why there's these weird workarounds and extra variables and flags and things that the LCD uses that aren't necessarily, you know, they should have corresponding Marlin versions in some sense, but you know, the LCD, you're always dealing with things like, you know, race conditions. Is it synchronous? Is it, so you can kind of see why it's a bit challenging to make an LCD that like doesn't have bugs when interacting with Marlin. But we do have like all these ways of dealing with things like file listings and things like that. Including being able to get them in basically the order that the firmware has set them to be. So if you decided you want them to be in reverse order or alphabetical or whatever, it'll handle all that for you. It isn't great, perfect, super new, but it's, you know, it's getting there. Yes, there's a lot of changes here, which is hard changes. Undef. If not def, then set 0. Okay, fine. Guess that was already there. Just less noise. Let's see. All right. Right. yeah, I reckon I will take off now. And we'll be back tomorrow around maybe the same time, maybe a bit earlier. I'll probably get up around 5. We'll see. Depends on how late I'm up today. And then I'll come back around in the afternoon sometime and carry on with this, because I really want to get this. I really want to see input shaping work on this machine. It's going to be exciting. So thanks for stopping by. And yeah, I'll see you guys pretty soon. It's been fun, as always.